Mr. President, I do hope that Sophia is enjoying her time with us. Allow me at the outset a very brief advertising for the Diplomatic Academy. We have 3 master programs. Our most important one, the Master of Advanced International Studies, but we also have a Master of Science in Environmental Technology and Digital International Affairs. We have a PhD program, a diploma. I would like you to ask you to spread the word about our institution, which, by the way, is 271 years old, founded in 1754 by Maria Theresia, and always had the motto of educating the next generation of leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, we are celebrating this year 30 years of Austrian EU membership. And when we look back to the years prior to our membership application in 1989, we see that the decision at the time, also for Austria, was not an easy one. Remember that the application for EU membership came before the fall of the Iron Curtain in July of 1989. And I was part of a delegation accompanying our Vice Chancellor and Foreign Minister Alois Mock in 1988. We were still in the times of the Cold War, explaining to the Soviet Union at the time why Austria would like to join the European communities. And it was interesting that Foreign Minister Eduard Shevardnadze at the time said, well, given the dawn that we are living through, we could imagine that by the mid-90s, Austria could become a member of the European Union. And lo and behold, it was the 1st of January 1995 that we joined the European Union. And as you know, after the demise of communism and the fall of the Soviet Union, it was also Sweden, Finland, and at the time also Norway, who wanted to originally to join the European Union. Norway, as you know, did have a negative referendum on membership, so it was eventually Austria, Sweden, and Finland who joined on the 1st of January 1995. It was certainly also not an easy decision for Austria because there was quite some resistance in the Austrian governing parties, a coalition of 2 parties. Topics were agriculture, transit, but also land ownership. Chancellor Schüssel, who will later also come, could speak at length about the membership negotiations. Eventually, we had this great bipartisan effort for a referendum, where we hit precisely the 2/3 mark with 66.6% in favor of our membership. And when we compare our accession process to the ongoing enlargement negotiations, then of course we had a big advantage because we had already adjusted and adapted to the rules of the common market, which, as you know, was founded in 1992 before we joined the European Union. Overall, to sum up, Austria has benefited tremendously from the membership in the European Union over the last 30 years, economically, politically, from the free movement of persons, goods, capitals, and services to a higher investment volume, from the participation in the decision-making in the CFSP to cooperation in research and much more. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of today is Europe's new responsibility. The European Union was always a project of vision. The founders of the European project reacted to the horrible experiences of World War II, and they developed a vision for a united Europe, a Europe of peace, prosperity, and cooperation. When we discuss today Europe's new responsibilities, we should not stop short of taking this vision for Europe even further. Alois Mock, who I mentioned before, once said that the European Union has seen times of standstill and times of great progress in European integration, but it has never receded. Well, he clearly at the time did not expect Brexit to happen, but it holds true for ups and downs in the integration process. The European Union has to face major challenges: security issues, climate change, lack of competitiveness, an aging society, and many more that will certainly be discussed today. But we should not allow our vision to fall steps, but we should not lose sight of our big goal. Alain Berset, the Secretary General of the Council of Europe, was here last week and presented his New Deal on European security. We need to promote European values and our vision for Europe. A Europe of democracy, freedom, rule of law and human rights. This is what I see as Europe's new responsibility. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you this morning. I like to be honest, and I was pretty skeptic at the first moment when we said, okay, we should start already at 9 o'clock because otherwise the time for our program will become too short. But you surprised me. Thank you for getting up so early in order to come here and to attend this event. And I certainly just want to say a few words what we try to offer you today, and maybe also a few words, well, to the topic of today, Europe's new responsibility. The first thing is, you know, that, what you can expect this day is something, of course, that will not be interesting, but probably cannot offer you a clear solution. Why? Because Europe is in a situation where the whole political process is going on, by far not at the end. In many respects, we are only at the beginning. And at the same time, we are confronted with the biggest challenge we had since the end of the Cold War. The question of the war in Ukraine, we had already last night a discussion about it with Colonel Reisner, who gave us deep insights into details and also future perspectives. And therefore, we will start also in the first part with European defense. It will be our Secretary General who will start, Secretary General of our Ministry of Defense. When I hesitate, this is not just by chance, but just a few years ago, he organized this event over here. He was the Secretary General of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy, and therefore he also has the chance to open this by his speech. And afterwards, he shall not tell us only about well, his experiences, immediate experiences out of his job as the highest representative of the Ministry of Defense immediately underneath our defense minister. And then we will continue, you know, and try to look into the future. What is going on now with this war in Ukraine? And we will have the chance that, the president of probably the most influential think tank in Europe in this period will give us some impressions what will be happening here. This is Mikuláš Dzurinda, who also used to be the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister and some other ministers in our neighboring country. But he is now the president of Wilfried Martens Institute, which is not only ranking very much at the top of the worldwide ranking list of think tanks, but he also set the priority for defense because he realized why this is necessary. Just had a few days ago the opportunity to spend more than a day with the first Defense Commissioner Kubilius in Brussels together with him and the group. Okay, and then we go further on. Strong personalities. Our former Chancellor Schüssel will give us a lecture about his experiences. He probably was the strongest chancellor Austria had in the Second Republic. Besides all names, I do not know any other person who really was involved himself into all the matters and affairs in every single ministry. He directed the government in a way that nobody before him or afterwards could do. Okay, and he also had quite some experiences in Europe, and therefore we are looking forward also what he will present us. And then we will have the opportunity also to meet another outstanding personality of European, let me say even worldwide politics. This is Viktor Yushchenko. He started his career, of course, still in the old Soviet Union. He became then, after independence, the first president or director of the National Bank, so he has a sound economic background. And then he became prime minister and afterwards president. In the most interesting and important period of the country when there was the Orange Revolution. The first time that Ukraine really was challenged. And he had this almost impossible job to go through this period and secure also the independence of this country. We're looking forward in this period where we have news, you know, that the military situation is not and will not be easy for the country in the coming period. And then, of course, we will also have a short break. Then one lady that started a diplomatic career in Austria, that became state secretary, foreign minister, and foreign minister in one of the most difficult periods for Austria, because just 5 years after we had joined EU, we got sanctions from this organization. And this was a very tough period. She was famous for her battle smile, as they called it, you know. And she did it in a way that just a few years thereafter, she even became the European foreign minister, the high representative, and also for the neighborhood. Benita Ferrero-Waldner. Great pleasure for me to have you here. Yeah, and then, of course, we will not only listen to her, but we wanted also to have some reports what is going on in other regions within Europe. This is not a continent that is uniform in any way, and therefore we will have the chance to listen to Richard Bruton, famous or significant former minister of Ireland. And of course, this also will be interesting for us because Ireland is a neutral country and is discussing neutrality and whether this, what should be the future in the, of this institution for in the coming years and so on. Okay. And we also have the chance to meet a former minister, Ukrainian minister for foreign affairs, who had some special relations also with Austria because he served in our country for some years as the ambassador. And insofar, yeah, the name is Volodymyr Ogrysko. He now is also the chief of the think tank, so we want to combine, you know, practitioners with think tankers. And we also will have the opportunity to listen to just a few remarks of the president of the Atlantic Treaty Association, Theodosius Georgiou. He comes from Greece, but today he will not be in this function, but just in the function of this organization. And then we will go to the last panel, and in the last panel we will try to discuss very seriously where do we stand, what are real possibilities for Europe to develop furthermore in the field of security and defense policy. And we engaged a few very prominent people. On the one hand, we have Stefan Mayer. He is the director of the most prominent German think tank, SWP, Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politics. And he also has a background, you know, for the neighborhood, because he worked quite a bit also in Africa and another. I do not talk too much about it. But he will try to explain us the German position and the possibilities that he sees for the future development. And next to him, we engaged Guillaume Lasconjaria. He's the Director of Studies and Research in l'Institut des Hautes Études de Défense Nationale in Paris, which means that he is responsible now in the National Defense University in Paris for the whole sector of research. And in addition, we will have Federico Fabbrini, an Italian, because of course also Italy will play a role in this big game. Federico Fabbrini, who now is working in Dublin as a law professor. He is sitting over here. And last but not least, there will be a lady in a new function. For the first time also, NATO opened a liaison office to OSCE, because OSCE maybe will have some function, further function in the future. Nobody knows, but it certainly will be very important to stand by. And insofar, we'll have a big program. I only can tell you what I can promise. It will stay interesting all the time. And at the end, you will not have to leave completely hungry this place, but we're also prepared at least a small lunch for everybody, so that, after being fed heavily by ideas and analysis, that you also can survive physically. Okay, this will be the program that I wanted, overall program that I wanted to present. Okay, just a few words to our situation now. Europe certainly is in the most serious situation since the end of the Cold War, as I mentioned already. Why? Because for the first time, it is really challenged, not only in security policy, but militarily. And the question whether we are prepared, you can answer easily. No, we are not prepared. We are still in a situation that we have 27 members with 27 different security and military, not only politics, but also institutions and systems. And by far more in armament, everything. And for the first time, we realized that when you want to fight the war, when you not even to fight it immediately, but to help a state that is challenged like Ukraine, it is not easy just to spend them armament, because they cannot operate 10 different systems of tanks or whatever. And they do not have the possibility to store and also to use different ammunition that does not fit in other systems, and so on. And insofar, we are really challenged. Europe still is underestimating this question heavily. And at the same time, we're also in the situation that in security policy, if we ask, where does Europe stand? I had the opportunity just last week to visit Syria and get very many impressions. Just a week before, I was in eastern Turkey and also had the perspective, what is going on over the region. And whenever I ask myself, where is Europe? Where is Europe in the Caucasian region? Where is it in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon? Where is it in the whole Middle East, in Northern Africa? I do not find many concrete answers. And therefore, we will try to do some. Okay. Now I think it has become the time to end my words. It's a pleasure for me to greet you all, to welcome you all, former ministers like Friedhelm Frischenschlager, and now especially also our former Chancellor, Wolfgang Schüssel. He just came here. Thank you very much for your coming. We really were looking forward. And therefore, I now want to stop and go immediately into the program, because we will try even to be a little bit faster, if possible, in order not to be too late. Insofar, I really want to welcome all our speakers, all our participants, all our discussions. You will have, especially in the second part of this event, the possibility also to not only ask questions, maybe to discuss with our speakers. Therefore, it should be not only presentations, but also a lively process, at least in the second half. And insofar, once more, I want really to welcome you heartily. It's a great pleasure to have you here, and I'm looking forward to this event today. I want to thank also Martin Eichtinger as the director of Diplomatic Academy for this excellent cooperation. And I'm sure this will not be the last event that we will organize together, looking into the future. Therefore, thank you very much, everybody who has contributed to this event. And now we start immediately with the first panel, and therefore I hand over to the director of our institution, Michael Zinkanel, who will moderate the first part of it. Please, Michael.
Dear President, Excellencies, dear former ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure also to welcome you to this 29th European Forum that is organized by the AIS and our partners, that is under the theme Europe's New Responsibility. And as Dr. Fasslabend pointed out, I have the great honor to introduce our first set of keynote speakers. And therefore, without any further ado, please allow me to welcome the Secretary General of the Austrian Federal Ministry of Defense, Arnold Kammer, who was also, as it has been briefly pointed out, the former director of the AIS. Dear Arnold, it's my great pleasure to welcome you. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, dear Director, dear Michael, dear Mr. President, dear Werner, dear Mr. Director, dear Martin, former presidents, chancellors, prime ministers, members of the European Commission, ministers, excellencies, officers, ladies and gentlemen. I made it. It's really a true pleasure and honor to be here, and let me start by conveying the best regards of my minister, Claudia Tanner, who unfortunately is unable to be here with you today due to other commitments, but nonetheless, it's a true privilege for me to stand in front of you. And dear Werner, I must admit it somewhat feels strange that having organized roughly, last year it would have been even perfect, 50% of the European fora alongside with you in the last decades, and now standing in front of you here, it really feels quite strange, I must admit, but nonetheless I will do my best to cope with the challenge and to look into the area of European defense, challenges and also priorities and programs. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are here at the Diplomatic Academy, let me start by quoting a book. The ones that have listened to me more often might think, yeah, again he's coming up with the same old story, but I do believe that this is necessary for setting the stage and preparing you for what lies ahead of us in terms of European security and defense. And the book is the famous Robert Kagan book of the Return of History and the End of Dreams, published in the year 2008. At the time when the Russian Federation started its action in Georgia, if you think about South Ossetia, if you think about Abkhazia, and Robert Kagan perfectly described that, in fact, the liberal world order that we, especially in Europe, have been benefiting of and have always contributed to, will be challenged by other actors that will carry out interest-based international politics, international-based relations in that regard. However, and not going too much into the book, for me, the second part of the title is even more important, The End of Dreams. And Werner mentioned that we met here very early in the morning, but not just on today's occasion. I think we have to self-critically ask ourselves, are we already awake? Or are we still dreaming of a world that might look totally different once we are waking up and once we are looking into this kind of current developments that we are confronted with? And again, this is also perfectly illustrated by the most important strategic documents of the European Union. Former Chancellor Schüssel will remember that in 2003, the European Council adopted the first ever European security strategy. The first sentence of this European security strategy reads as follows: Europe has never been so prosperous, so secure, nor so free. The face of violence of the first half of the decade of the 20th century has given way to an unprecedented period of peace and stability on the European continent. If we jump into this time and look to the year 2025, when at the beginning of the year, the European Commission and the Commission President published its white paper on European defense, Defense Readiness 2030, the first sentence of the document reads as follows: Europe faces an acute and growing threat, and in order to mitigate the challenges that we are confronted with, we must be able to deter, and we must be ready to also defend or what we have been building up over this kind of decades as a consequence of European integration. Ladies and gentlemen, those two quotations clearly indicate the dramatic change of the overall situation and also to a certain extent the dilemma that we as Europeans are confronted with. And Werner has pointed it out in his opening remarks. Definitely, after the outbreak and the invasion of the Russian Federation in Ukraine on 24th of February 2022, we have seen a new momentum for European defense. One could say again. We had it already back in 2013 when we had the European Council, so the meeting of the heads of states and government with the shortest title ever, because in 2013, December 2013, the title of the European Council was Defense Matters. Now, 12 years later on, we might realize, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, we have to concentrate on European defense, and we do not have that many chances of really properly implementing our common security and defense policy in the European Union. So this new momentum that was triggered by the Russian invasion in Ukraine has led to some kind of significant changes also in the context of the European Union and its common security and defense policy. We do not only have a new institutional setup with a High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Vice President of the Commission, that is coming from a Baltic country and having a clear focus of the challenges that we are coping with. We also have a commissioner in charge of defense / industry that should help in ramping up the industrial and technological base of Europe in matters of defense. And we have also seen over the last couple of years a variety of documents, doctrinal approaches, regulations that should help in fostering European defense. 2022, the strategic compass, highlighting the need for having a higher degree of resilience for the EU and its member states. In 2025, as I have already mentioned, the European White Paper on Defense, making Europe ready to avoid, so to say, any future war. We have seen several regulations, directives, omnibus packages. One can hardly follow, even in the ministry, with the speed of light, where we see these developments in the area of security and defense policy. So certain ingredients for making European defense policy work are already there. However, we should not lean back. And however, we should not fall into the same trap as maybe in all the decades before. It is about the implementation. All these documents, all these doctrinal papers that we can all agree, and when the sun is shining, we might sit out there, read those papers and say, yes, right, Europe needs to do its homework, Europe and its member states need to invest in security and defense. We need to implement them because none of those papers is directly producing any kind of capabilities, nor is it in the very end leading to a commitment by the European member states to properly use these kind of capabilities and to have the commitment of having, so to say, a leading role also for the European Union at the international stage. So what we have to do is to properly assess the situation. The President has made a very important point. Yes, despite the difficult geopolitical environment, despite all these kind of ingredients, we still see a highly fragmented defense industrial base in Europe. We are still thinking and having and sharing the perspective of 27 member states instead of having a more unified European one. We are still having, if you look to the treaties, the famous Article 346, Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, that is especially pointing at the aspect of defense procurement from a European Union perspective and exempting defense procurement of the overall provisions related to the internal market rules of the European Union. We need to overcome this kind of fragmentation. We need to overcome this kind of divide in Europe. And yes, we also need to create our European capabilities in that regard. If I look from an Austrian perspective, we have seen a quite steady increase of our defense budgets. This year, we are roughly at 4.7 billion euros. Next year, for the first time, we will manage, thanks also to the great negotiation efforts of my minister, to surpass the 5 billion threshold with regard to our national defense budget. However, if I look of how to spend in an intelligent, in a European manner, this money, it's not so easy. Because if we look at the defense industrial base, we still see that national interests prevail and that we have not set up this kind of basis of creating a strong European defense industrial base. A month ago, the European Defense Investment Program, EDIP, was launched that should help in fostering the joint development, both in terms of technology and then with regard to the real capabilities to have this kind of strong defense industrial base for Europe. Yes, we have to overcome debates, and I'm on purpose not looking to Germany in that regard, of who is having which kind of share when it comes to joint procurements. For a small and medium-sized country such as Austria, it's essential that we do not have to assess 20 different types of capabilities, but that we have also from an interoperability perspective 2 or 3 European products on which we can rely, that we can use in joint endeavors with our European partners, and that we do not necessarily have to look beyond the European continent to our transatlantic partners. I think we have to foster and speed up the development of this defense industrial base. Therefore, it's not that much of a surprise that especially the European Commission has taken over quite a leading role in shaping the future of European security and defense policy. We see that via the internal market, the European Commission tries to push for setting up this defense industrial base, which is to a certain extent quite interesting as we are moving from the purely intergovernmental and on consensus-based principle of common foreign and security policy more and more, slowly but surely, into the direction of a more supranational, qualified majority-based security and defense policy in the European Union. I think we have to listen carefully to all these kind of signals. Werner has perfectly described all the challenges that Europe is confronted with. And we can change many things, but we cannot change the geography, and we have to deal with the security environment, and we have to find proper responses as the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at the speed with which decisions have been made at the political level over the last 3.5 years after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, there's a certain kind of hope that finally we realize that defense matters. On the other hand, we should not purely take into our consideration that it's the paperwork that we have already properly done. It's again about the implementation, and it's again about the will to make use and to debate also the role of Europe in this changing geopolitical environment. I would therefore see 3 important things that would be necessary from my point of view to shape further this security and defense debate in Europe. First of all, I think we cannot any longer hide away of having a real strategic debate of which role Europe wants to play in this kind of more contested international environment, which kind of commitments are needed to then cope with this role and deliver on our promises. We are very often, having participated together with my minister the last 6 years in all the defense ministerials, we are very often looking at nitty-gritty, tiny details. I think the time is necessary that we start this kind of strategic debate where we stand and where the future for Europe should be in this kind of international environment. Second thing, we have really to foster and to set up this defense industrial base. And this does not necessarily start with tanks, fighter jets or whatsoever, but it's already the technology, the technological and research base that is needed in Europe. The European cloud, the European artificial intelligence, European quantum, whatever areas where we have an expertise, but we need to pool this kind of expertise to be also ready to stand the challenges at the international scene. And the third thing, and maybe the most important one, but the hardest one to achieve. Yes, we are all agreeing that we need to foster our resilience. Yes, we will all agree that we need to stand ready. The old Latin saying of si vis pacem para bellum, as also the Commission President pointed it out, if Europe wants to avoid a war, we need to stand ready to deter also this kind of aggression. This requires a totally changed mental preparedness, not just of the political leadership, but also of the citizens and the population of Europe. We have been benefiting from the peace dividend over many decades. Maybe we have lost somewhat the perspective that peace and stability is not a gift and is neither given, but we have on a daily basis to invest on that. So let us therefore jointly work together to really implement that European defense matters. And if we are doing it by 27 together instead of 27 separate, I might in the end also have a hope that Europe also in the future will continue to play an important role as a credible international actor. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Kammer de Anort, for these very precise words, for your great assessment, and also for reminding us that it is up to us to decide how we are going to wake up from this stage that you described in the very beginning, the stage where we probably still half asleep, and that more political will is needed for implementing these actions from the theory into practice. The next gentleman that I'd like to invite to the stage is an outstanding political figure in Slovakia, Mikuláš Dzurinda, the former Prime Minister of Slovakia and now the president of the Wilfried Martens Center. As long as I can remember, we've organized the European Forum never without you, so you're an integral part also of this forum. Thank you very much, dear Mikuláš, for being with us, and thanks to the Wilfried Martens Center for also supporting this European Forum. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Michael. Dear President, dear Martin, dear President, dear Werner, dear friends, it is always a privilege to be in Vienna, and especially in this historical house. I'd like to thank both friends, Werner and Martin, for good cooperation, which helped to prepare this traditional annual event. I greet you all, but especially three personalities, because of different reasons. Wolfgang, it is always fantastic to see you in a good shape, with beautiful hair. Viktor Yushchenko, President Yushchenko, welcome to our part of Europe, and Benita. We remember a lot from European summits and from the past. So, dear friends, let's begin by considering how the world has been changed over the past year. The war of Russia against Ukraine continues, and it continues with undiminished brutality, showing no signs of ending or of any ceasefire. Despite immense effort and significant losses, Russia failed to achieve any breakthrough in Ukraine over the past year. This failure led Russia to gradually shift its approach from a war of attrition against Ukraine to a hybrid war against Europe. We've been confronted with sabotage operations in the Baltic Sea and at our airports, as well as drones violating our territory and threatening our citizens. This is coupled with a flood of massive disinformation and propaganda. Another factor is the United States. The US president hits a brick wall when wanting to end the war of Russia against Ukraine. First, when he tried to break and force into surrender the Ukrainian president in the White House. Let's recall his call. Stop fighting. You have no card, Mr. President Zelensky. It was brutal, isn't it? The second, he hit a brick wall with Putin, whom he wanted to charm in Alaska. Today it is clear that the MAGA approach will not bring sustainable peace in Ukraine. The internal climate in the United States is also a new phenomenon, as the country is now deeply polarized and inward-looking. Transatlantic values have been replaced by isolationism and a policy of power projection. The United States applies this power in all directions globally, even against its own allies, including the United States. It is not just a critic. This is a good moment to realize that we should rely much more on ourselves than in the past. The main beneficiary of the chaos that Russia's war against Ukraine, as well as the MAGA movement, have plunged the world into is China. China is massively profiting from this new situation, which is why it supports Russia not ostentatiously, but purposefully, through the purchase of raw materials, but also militarily. China is gaining increasing geopolitical power, without any doubt. We all remember the pictures from Beijing just a few weeks ago, when half the world demonstrated loyalty to the Chinese leadership. So, dear friends, the key question from our perspective is, how the EU reacted to this development? We met here a year ago on November the 8th. A few weeks later, on November the 27th, the new European Commission, which emerged from the European Parliament elections, was appointed. For the first time, a Commissioner for Defense and Space was established. Immediately following his appointment, the Commissioner Andrius Kubilius invited us, the Martens Center, to collaborate on the creation of the white paper for the defense and security. You, Werner, mentioned our cooperation with Andrius Kubilius. Kubilius did so because he was familiar with our project on the Defense Union, which I also presented in broad strokes here at the last year's conference. Our cooperation was reflected in the document, the very recent one, Preserving Peace, Defense Readiness Roadmap 2030, which the European Commission submitted to the European Council and which the Council approved last month during its meeting, just a few weeks ago. So, dear friends, if the pyramid is at our disposal, yeah, thank you very much. If we compare the context of this defense pyramid with the document which has been mentioned a while ago, with the Defense Readiness Roadmap 2030, we find that we are collectively operating in the lower part of the pyramid. By other words, the lower part of the pyramid is already on the paper, not implemented, but on the paper, and we are unified with the Commission in this respect. By adopting the roadmap, the European Council approved tasks that fulfill the requirements for revitalizing and building the defense industry. You mentioned several times this need, supplementing the necessary strategic capabilities, and fundamentally strengthening military mobility, another very, very important component. The document also contains tasks that, at least partially, touch upon innovation and modern technologies, including artificial intelligence, as well as civil protection of the population. European DARPA is not a reality yet, but in the document you can read or find a very strong emphasis on cutting-edge research and innovation, which is extremely needed, not only for defense, but also for dual use. What remains to be addressed, at least according to our vision in the Martens Center, are the highest floors, the highest level, this rouge and red floor of the defense pyramid. It means the creation of a European military model, the management of military operations, the necessary institutional reform, and finally the nuclear component, or if you want, nuclear deterrence. Regarding institutional reform, we are proposing the establishment of a European Security Council, which would be composed of the prime ministers or heads of state of all participating countries participating in the Defense Union project. Why? Why we are coming with this? We are coming this to eliminate the weakness which has been mentioned several times by the Secretary General. We are champions on the documents, we are champions on proclamations, but we are not so big champions when it comes to implementation. If you read this very new, brand new document, this roadmap to 2030, you will find very complicated, bureaucratically challenging scheme how the process will be managed. Very briefly, the roadmap entrusts the coordination of the work to the European Defence Agency, which in cooperation with the EU military staff will prepare a coordinated annual review on defense every year. Based on this review, the Commission will submit the annual defense readiness report to the European Council every October. The Council will set out the tasks which will be monitored and evaluated throughout the year by the defense ministers of the member states in the Foreign Affairs Council format. And only then, once a year, the prime ministers will consider whether there is a progress or stagnation. We at the Martens Center, we strongly believe the proposed management is just inadequate. If European defense is a project of the highest priority, then this project should be intensively overseen by the chiefs of executive of all participating states continuously, not just once a year at the European Council. The draft of this European Security Council is already on the table, and we will publish this document by the end of this year with qualified majority vote. Complicated a bit, but I believe it is possible. It is not bureaucratic, because European Security Council will be or should be or could be a part of the European Council, which is already existing. Last October, we issued a publication, Why Europe Needs a Nuclear Deterrence. It is available on our webpage. We continue on our work on this defense component, which is, as everybody can realize, very sensitive, but I strongly believe also inevitable. We are working just as intensively on a model for European armed forces and the management of military operations. These are sensitive areas where we must take into account the positions of the member states as well as the interests of the EU as a whole. At the same time, we must recognize the existence of the Transatlantic Alliance, which consists not only of its member countries, but also of numerous high-quality professional management and command structures that do not need to be duplicated or replaced. Instead, they should be cleverly utilized, especially if the United States continues its MAGA approach. The core challenge for European defense is the coordination of member states so that the procurement of weapons and military equipment is carried out jointly. Werner, you mentioned that perfectly. We are 27. We have many, many different kinds of weapons, and compatibility of these weapons is very low. Joint procurement saves money, enables compatibility and thus interoperability, which is currently arguably the greatest weakness and obstacle to eventual common military operations. Equally alarming is the anachronism that turns defense into a symbol of statehood and national sovereignty. I am reading about that for decades. Yet both President Macron and Chancellor Merz have repeatedly stated that no single state can withstand current threats alone. Not to mention that clinging to sovereignty in the military domain contradicts the rational application of the principle of subsidiarity. This principle is very rational, and by the way, it is written also in the preamble of our European Constitution, of the Lisbon Treaty. The true hallmark, by my mind, of a nation's and state sovereignty is the culture. Culture, it means the specificities of our nations, different traditions, different customs. The symbol of national sovereignty, by my mind, is the national theater, opera, architecture, literature, poetry, prose, not fighter jets, tanks, or drones. Power and politics, by my mind, depend on culture, not the other way around. Dear friends, I think a lot of work still awaits us in this area. It is possible that the moment of truth will come over common defense. It is evident that the EU is going through a complex period characterized by the rise of extremism, especially the rise of the extreme right. The only effective way to counter this is to deliver results, implementation, reforms, results. The EU needs an action, an activity that would unite people of goodwill and breathe new momentum, new motivation into our ranks. I am convinced that a common European defense, a European Defense Union, our security can be just such a catalyst. Therefore, it must be approached gradually, but increasingly from a European, communitarian, rather than a national perspective. Thank you.
Dear President Dzurinda, dear Mikuláš, thank you very much for your statement, for also representing the Wilfried Martens Center. We have a couple of minutes left. This is why it's my pleasure to ask both of you one very quick follow-up question based on the statements that you gave. I'll start with you, Arnold. You have mentioned those three elements that we should certainly develop further in the future: the strategic debate, the defense industrial base, but also the fact that deterrence starts in our heads and in our minds. I would very briefly like to ask you, from the perspective of the Austrian Ministry of Defense, what is Austria contributing to those elements?
Well, thank you very much. I think, and having Werner, so to say, in front of me, if you look to the first one, to the strategic debates, let us not underestimate the role that Austria has played in all those 2.5, 3 decades of the common security and defense policy. Werner, it was you organizing the first informal gathering of EU defense ministers in our first EU presidency. So I think it is in our key strategic interest as Austria to jointly shape the development of the common security and defense policy. It's our prime forum for action, and therefore we have this interest, and if we want the whole project to develop in a manner that fits our interest, I think we need to be very active. Also, if you look in terms of the Austrian participation in CSCP missions and operations, I think we have our share of solidarity. However, maybe, and fora like the European Forum might be good occasions on that, we seldomly talk about what we do in the context of the EU. And I think this is also one of the lessons learned, and I would also pair it with the third point on mental resilience, on mental preparedness. Let's talk about it. I very often have the feeling when we have these public debates, when we analyze world politics, the population stands ready to absorb this kind of change. However, they need to get this feeling that they are supported with their ideas, and therefore we should not shy away from having this kind of debates, how the future of common security and defense policy might look like. When it comes to the second point with regard to the defense industrial base, to technology per se, again, one of the key success stories for Austria. If you look at the share of Austrian projects, consortia, whatever in the different framework programs of the European Union, Horizon Europe, European Defense Fund, we are punching above our weight if you compare it to other EU member states. We are again not talking about the story. And this is why I do believe that we have to foster this kind of debates. We have to go out and we have also to talk to our citizens, to our population about the possibilities that also Europe brings to them. It was mentioned by both of you, Martin and Werner, we are celebrating 30 years of our membership to the European Union. Again, we have taken the EU for granted as Austrians. But we rarely really look into all the big things that Europe also has contributed to the overall performance of Austria. And therefore, I think it's really, and in that sense, Mikuláš, I think you made this very important point. Yes, we have the documents in place. Yes, we have proper ideas, but we should also communicate them. And we should not shy away, especially as you mentioned, maybe the political tendencies and shifts, if you look into our political arena. We should not shy away from confrontation. Yes, there might be people that might see it differently, but this should not hinder us in not engaging in this kind of debate and making a strong stance for the European Union and our participation.
Thank you very much. And in some regard, I believe that this gathering today is also a sign that we are contributing and shaping this debate all together. So thanks again also for all the participants for joining today. Mikuláš, a very quick question also to you. I fully agree with your assessment that security and defense is the natural new integration step for the European Union, from a political, economic union to a more stronger union in the security and defense field. Would you say that it is possible to harmonize that also with the national sovereignty, without giving up too much of the national sovereignty of the member states to a supranational European level to facilitate the European security and defense in the way that you have outlined it?
Yes, from one side, I believe it is possible. But from the other side, for me, it is a question of must. From my side, it is a question of survival. I am a man of eternal optimism, but I consider the current situation and development very seriously. Look at the United States. We were dreaming for so many decades there is a big boss who will defend us in any case, if needed, but it is gone. It seems to me it is gone. Who else but we, ourselves? So this is one angle of the answer. The second angle is, look, I am tapping from my own experience. People shouted at me when we introduced flat tax. But after 4 or 5 years, we enjoyed 11% of growth. And all of a sudden, everybody was happy. People shouted at me when I invited first Hungarians to my first government. Can you imagine to have the representatives of the Hungarian minority in the Slovak government? People wanted to kill me. People shouted at me, you are Hungarian, you are not a patriot. We survived. I was re-elected despite that. So if you want to achieve something what is possible, you have to struggle for impossible. The motto of my life is, where is the will, there is the way. And this is the right time. I like this sentence. We should not be afraid of confrontation, positive confrontation. I am not calling for something which is egoistic for me or my family or my nation. I represent a small nation, but I strongly believe that there is only one future in a really reunited European Union. Why? Why we are afraid of each other? 80 years after the World War II. Is there still a lack of trust? Is there still a lack of mutual confidence? If it is, let's shut the door. But I am against shutting the door. I would rather pass the door.
Thank you very much. Certainly. Certainly in such difficult and challenging times, more courage for bold actions is needed. Thank you both for your elaborations and for supporting this forum, for speaking so clearly. I would like to hand over to our president, Dr. Werner Fasslabend, who is going to introduce the next set of panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikuláš.
We will continue immediately. Just a few words. Our next speaker will be somebody everybody is knowing, not only here in this room. And because we have the opportunity to have him as a keynote speaker today, we also tried, to mention a little bit. It's not only the present situation, but it's also 30 years of Austria's joining EU. And I just want to remember, this was a phase where Wolfgang Schüssel had more than just a task, because in this period he used to be the Minister for Economy. And of course, the economic base was the basis also for having the chance to become a member of EU. And when we were in the negotiation process, he also had a very important role. Of course, our negotiation leader was Dr. Mock as our foreign minister, and he did it in a superior way. But sometimes you also could realize already that he was at the end of his physical power and so on. And therefore, there are not so many people who know that most of these negotiations in the end were led by Wolfgang Schüssel, who sat down and really made the program. Then he became the foreign minister, and then he became the chancellor. And the chancellor, as I said at the beginning, due to not only my estimate, probably the strongest chancellor Austria had in the Second Republic, because he was steering not only the chancellery, but all the ministries and the whole government in a way you could not imagine. Okay, and therefore we really are looking forward now to his words. He is a man who taught us that it is necessary to think ahead 2 steps and then make one big step in order to be able to take everybody with you in a process. And insofar, I'm questioning now you, dear Wolfgang, please give us your lecture, your presentation of your experiences, give us an insight about your perspective about Europe. Thank you very much for your coming.
Thank you. Werner Fasslabend, it was too much. Very, very interesting to see old friends, Viktor Yushchenko and Mikuláš Dzurinda. We are old friends, and this is really an excellent opportunity to talk about Europe's new responsibilities. I doubt a little bit, because I think the new responsibilities are de facto the old responsibilities. And what is, so to say, the responsibility of a leader, of politicians, to guarantee or to do something for guarantee peace, stability, freedom, prosperity, safety, security for your own population and for the external world, to find friends, partners, to help those in need, to be a reliable partner in economics, to be an actor, be a beacon of freedom, Europe, defender of human rights, supplier of aid, development, investment, etc. So this is not new. Of course, we have challenges, and I think sometimes we got always the impression by media this is the most difficult time in our history. This is not true, by the way. No? I think I'm as old as the Republic of Austria, so 80 years, and we had very difficult times in these 80 years. Not? We were 3 times on the edge of a nuclear confrontation. We had wars even in our neighborhood. Take the post-Yugoslavia fights with hundreds of thousands of killed people, of refugees, etc. So I think the Middle East process. Welcome to the ambassador of Israel. This is a never-ending story, and I was part of this story. From the outside, I talked to Arafat and other leaders of the Palestinian. I mean, this is really crazy. They had everything on the table, and they always refused, imagining there could be a better deal. And next time it was a worse deal, not a better deal. So I think this is the situation. So always difficult, always challenges. So I think today the situation is not easy, that's true, especially in Europe. And Miki said it, and also our excellent presentation from the Defense Ministry 20 years ago, and that we had the impression that Europe is the most competitive continent on Earth. It's gone. De facto, we had now 6 years of stagnation, 6 years of stagnation, especially in the core engine of the European economy, Germany. No? 3 years recession, but 6 years stagnation if you take everything together. Same in Austria, by the way. And it's always about economy. It's the economy stupid, because the economy is the basis for everything, for social affairs, for defense, for international development, etc. So you need an economic basis, and this is the problem today. And we are now entering the next phase of the climate discussion in the neighborhood of the Amazon in Belém. I mean, and Europe, nobody is talking about it, that we had since the year 2000 an increase in our economic power of 40% plus, and at the same time reduced our CO2 by 25%. No one had a similar success. Maybe it's not enough, but no one had a similar success. Nobody is talking about this. And Europe is the only one who is the only continent, the only global player who is really influential, beeinflussbar by NGOs, by public media, etc. So everybody is now pressing and pushing Europe, we should do more. Is the rest of the world also doing more, much more? America, China, India, others? So I think we should be realistic, and it's not a good strategy, for instance, to damage the economic power of the European Union. So I think this is something we should be aware of, and it should also be mentioned in a context of stability, safety, defense, etc., because the economic base is important. There are good news today, not only critical moments. I think one is we understood the wake-up call of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. That's for sure. And I think everybody enjoyed during the last 30 years a peace dividend by around 2 trillion euro for the European Union. We invested de facto the whole money in the social stability and the social projects, etc. The armies were reduced by half. In Germany, reduced to 1/3 of the previous numbers. The air defense, the marine, everything, the navy everything was reduced by half. So this is over. The wake-up call is there. And therefore, the defense budgets are going up. The papers are on the table, the ideas, the projects. Of course, it's now about implementation. But this is one thing. And also, you see the first positive elements, cooperation of big companies, take Leonardo, take Thales, Rheinmetall, etc. So the first time there's really a move, a push towards more cooperation, military and defense cooperation within Europe. Second point, I think we also understood for the first time this is something, is not about Ukraine alone. It's de facto what Russia is doing is de facto in hybrid war against the West, especially against Europe. America maybe is a little bit too far away and too big, but Europe is at stake. And when we defend Ukraine mentally, financially, with arms, with armament, etc., it is our obligation because it is our security which is at stake. And by the way, I have a book with me. This is von Loringhofen, Putin's Angriff, attack on Germany. And this is a quite interesting book. He was de facto the man responsible within NATO for the intelligence cooperation. And this is a very carefully analyzing book about what is really going on today. And I'm not sure that everybody is really aware of what is going on. I was for 12 years a member in an important board of an energy company. In the last year, I left 2 years ago. In the last year, we had 40,000 attacks on our company. 42 years ago. Maybe it's much more time, much more today. 40,000 attacks, and hundreds of them were really very dangerous. You had you had thousands of trolls, of professional working attackers from Russia, but also China, but mostly it is Russia, attacking everything, cutting off hospitals, Deutscher Bundestag, Austrian Ministry for Foreign Affairs, agencies, governmental offices, bureaus, etc. And there's an enormous espionage going on everywhere. Austria, by the way, was a big part of it. Take the Marshallek case. I mean, it's a shame. Of course, we were not aware of that. We were warned by international friends, intelligence, telling us what is going on in Austria. We were really naive. And this is de facto, read this book, it's really important. Also the fake information, the disinformation campaign. Influencing elections in Moldova, in Bulgaria, in Slovakia, in Czechia, in Poland. Ukraine is, of course, a big part of Russian influential projects. Media. They have a very professional, organized international media campaign. And de facto, we on the European side, we are absolutely naive. There's nothing. There's nothing what Europe is doing. We try together, Mickey is together with me, with some friends, we created last year a magazine, an English magazine, quarterly magazine, European Voices, pro-Europe, pro-market economy, pro-democracy and human rights, etc., with a specific focus on Central and Eastern and Southeastern Europe. Because we see, especially in this region, where the Russian influence is growing, and Chinese influence is also growing in the Balkan area. So we should not be naive. So my conclusion is, economy is the basis for everything, but then it's about leadership, and it's also about mentality. In Austria, we had a mentality, a very sad mentality, of if the question is, would you really be ready to defend your country militarily? Last year, 13% said yes, 13%. This year, it is already 32%. And the young men, more than 40%, I think it was 41 or 42%. So I think mentality is changing. So and this is the most important thing for me. We have to change the mindset. Because if we don't change the mindset, if we cannot influence the mindset of our voters, of our people, of our population, of the media, of the intellectuals, then we are lost. And the influence of others, outside actors, are immense. We had, this is also quite interesting to read and to analyze. Whenever there is an issue which could split our societies, be it in France, in Germany, in Switzerland, in Austria, wherever, Slovakia, be it COVID, Corona crisis, be it migration, the Gaza war, the aggression of Hamas, etc., Ukraine war. You see everywhere it is possible to use this split, not divide and nipper, to weaken, so to say, the West, to weaken our societies. The Russians are there, and other influencers as well. And we should not be naive. So the mindset, the psychology is of utmost importance. So I'm not naive anymore. Maybe I was, even in my own time. I was not aware of some elements which are in these times also there, maybe not in such an enormous amount or density, but they were there. And I think the time is now over. That we should be really realistic what is going on. Where are the threats? Where are the dangers? We should be prepared. This is the most important thing. It's not only about military and defense budgets. It's not only about money. It is the mindset which is important. And it's also about leadership. Politicians today, and I think good politicians today, must be ready to tell people the truth. May it be let's say, angenehm, comfortable, nice, or be it uncomfortable, not nice. I think the reality must be spelled out. Say the truth. And by the way, normally with age, wisdom should come. Should come. I wait a little bit, but anyway. But sometimes I have the impression that today there is a kind of a global virus influences political leaders, especially in their higher age. So Trump is now becoming 80 soon. Putin, Xi Jinping are above their 70s. Erdogan, Khamenei is 86 or 85, don't know exactly. Modi is also high in his 70s. Really, you have sometimes the feeling that they are far away from wisdom. I mean, Donald Trump, I was Minister for Economic Affairs. I negotiated WTO. So our wealth depended on reducing tariffs. And Trump explained that the 2nd of April is the day of liberation, the Liberation Day, because he raised the tariffs by 50%, 100%, etc. He wiped out within one day 10 trillions of dollars of value in bond markets. They said, I'm crazy. It had nothing to do with wisdom. And I think also Russia, Putin, I knew him when I met him several times. I had the impression this is a quite rational type of a personality. Rational, nüchtern. He thinks twice before he acts. Then he started a war against Ukraine. It's now the 4th year, with more than 1 million young Russian men killed or crippled. And to gain what? to gain some square kilometer, the largest landmass of the world, to gain some square kilometers of land, of inhabitable land for the next 50 or 100 years. I mean, this is crazy. Age, wisdom. So I think we should really prepare, from the European side, we should really prepare to add a little bit more rationality and conventional wisdom to politics. And we are not so bad, by the way. We are not so unsuccessful. There was a ranking of the 100 most successful and most innovative clusters worldwide. 24, China, 22, America, and 24, Europe. I mean, this is not nothing. We are still there. We have the most innovative young people. So trust the young, by the way. Trust the younger people, not only the age above 70s, etc. So trust the young innovators, the young investors, the young politicians. I think this is absolutely needed, and I think if we concentrate on innovation, on ideas, on changing the mentality, not loving the status quo, which is normally the case, especially in Central Europe, in Germany and Austria, and maybe also in our neighborhood. Status quo is a danger, by the way. Right? If you really love the danger, this is the most effective way to be not successful for the future. So more innovative, more trust to the younger generation, more ideas, and also more leaders able and willing to tell the truth. This is my advice. Thank you so much.
Dear Wolfgang, dear Chancellor, thank you so much for your words and also for the principles that are necessary that you were teaching us. Thank you so much, and we will have hopefully also the opportunity maybe to get an answer for the one or the other question. And now it's my great pleasure to announce our key speaker from outside the country. And it's a great pleasure, as I said, that President Yushchenko made his way, because it's not so easy to go from Ukraine to Vienna. Of course, we had maybe a little help by the fact that his daughter is studying here in this house. And as far as I learned yesterday, he was interested in seeing the room where she is living now, of course. So this helped a little bit. Okay. But just a few words to his career, as I said already. When I made my first official visit to Ukraine in the very early 90s, the situation of the country, you could not compare with just the situation a few years later. It was the mindset. It was the awareness of being a nation that has, to take the fate into your own hands. This was not an easy process. And then he became, not only after having been the president of the National Bank, prime minister, and then president. And again, this was extremely difficult, and maybe quite a few of the younger people do not know. This was not only just a challenge in political ways, but he also was poisoned in his function when he was a prime minister. He had a dinner, and after the next day, he had, he was poisoned by dioxin, and I think he had a concentration of a few thousand times more than was usual. And he was brought to Vienna. He was treated here and also in Geneva, and it was almost a miracle that he became healthy once again. And insofar, it really is a great pleasure. I do not want to tell more, but please, Mr. President, if you take the floor. And I also want to announce that his wife, Katarina Yushchenko, will make, as she is doing already all the time here, she will translate his speech into English. Please be so nice and take the floor.
Дорогі друзі, для мене є велика честь бути серед вас.
My dear friends, it is a great honor to be here with you today.
Ви бачите, скільки я підготовив вам сказати.
You could see I have many, many pages that I've prepared to talk to you about.
Мені дали 5 хвилин.
But they said I had to say this all in 5 minutes.
Але я спробую сказати головні речі,
But I'd like to say a few main things
які турбують не тільки Україну, українця, але переконаний кожного із вас.
but I think that worry not only Ukraine and all Ukrainians, but each of you.
Я почну з того, що я шалено щасливий і радий, що я в Австрії на політичному дискусі чую, що в порядок дня поставлено безпекове питання.
And I am just so thrilled that here in Austria, at such a forum, that you are discussing the issue of security.
Я переконаний, що із усього набору питань і проблем, які стоять перед кожною нацією, перед кожною державою, на першому місці завжди стоїть безпекове
I think
питання.
that for any country, for any nation, the first issue that you should put on the table is your security.
Якщо нація не може відповісти на це запитання,
If a nation is not able to give an answer to this
скажіть, будь
issue,
ласка, про яку торгову політику далі будемо вести?
how could you even talk about trade,
Про яку економіку, про яку культуру?
economics, culture?
Ви не знаєте, чи ви завтра живі будете, як
Because
нація, чи як держава.
You don't know if tomorrow you will be alive as a nation or as a state.
Тому я аплодую тому, що я присутній у порядку на дискусії порядку дня, де безпекове стоїть
So
питання.
I applaud for myself the fact that I could be here with you talking about the important issue of security.
Друге, прошу, почуйте, що дефініції дуже важливі в політиці.
Please, second, I wish to emphasize that definitions are very important in politics.
Називати те, що відбувається в Україні, конфліктом,
Do you know, for anyone who calls what's happening in Ukraine a
це
conflict,
називають або безглузді люди,
this is nonsense.
або хитрі.
These are people who are either foolish or devious,
Або підлі.
or підлі, or just як пане Володимир Підлі, or just mean people,
Хай буде.
devious.
Тепер давайте трошки поговоримо про те, з ким ми маємо діло, коли ми говоримо про російську війну в Україні.
So let's talk a little bit about who we're dealing with when we're talking about the Russian war in Ukraine.
Росія за останні 33 роки вела війну в Нагірному Карабасі,
Over the last 33 years, Russia has carried out wars in Nagorno-Karabakh,
Південна Осетія,
South Ossetia,
Абхазія,
Abkhazia,
Крим,
Crimea,
Придністров'я,
Transnistria,
Донбас,
the Donbass,
Сірія,
Syria,
Лівія,
and Libya,
Центральноафриканська Республіка,
Central African Republic,
Мьянма.
in Myanmar.
Я не хочу, щоб ви засинали, там ще список не закінчився.
I could continue, but I don't want to put you to sleep with the long list.
Це веде країна, член Організації Об'єднаних
And yet
Націй,
we're talking that these wars are led by a country that is in the National Security Council of the UN,
і постійний член Ради безпеки.
that is in the UN, a founding member, and in the National Security Council.
Це країна, місія якої, особливо президента, кожну ніч лягати, і щоб ти думав весь час і снився тобі, як організувати мир у всьому світі.
This is a country whose role, and the president's role, should be to go to sleep every night and think about how you should be promoting peace in the world.
Росія – це тюрма народів.
But Russia itself is a prison of nations,
Там 160 корінних народів
which has 160 native nationalities
хочуть бачити свій суверенітет.
who dream about their own sovereignty,
Починаючи від Якутії,
starting with Yakutia
Татарстану,
and Tatarstan,
Башкірії,
Bashkiria,
Ічкерії,
Ichkeria,
Дагестану.
Dagestan.
От уявіть собі, яка тяга до незалежності і свободи, якщо ми говоримо про, наприклад, Ічкерію, яка за 90-ті роки похоронила кожного третього
Can you imagine the
чеченця.
dreams of freedom and independence of a country like Ichkeria, who has over the last decades buried 1/3 of its people in the fight for freedom?
Світ мовчав.
But the world was silent.
Путін окуповує Крим,
Then after Chechnya, Putin takes over Crimea, Georgia.
може нагадаєте, які санкції зробив?
Do you remember the sanctions that Europe and others put on?
Ми подаємо заявку разом із Мішою Саакашвілі відносно набуття плану дій відносно членства в НАТО.
Do you know when Mikhail Saakashvili from Georgia and I put our application in for membership in NATO,
Нам відмовляють
we were denied
устами Меркель, Саркозі і Берлусконі.
by Merkel, Sarkozy, and Berlusconi.
Що робить Путін? Як читає цю арифметику він?
So when he sees their denial, what does Putin respond?
Через 2 місяці він вводить війська в Грузію.
2 months later, he invades Georgia.
А що відбувається через 3 тижні після цього?
And what does he do a few weeks later?
Німеччина, Франція і Росія підписує Сєвєрний поток-1.
A few weeks afterward, Germany, France,
Росія.
and Russia sign Nord Stream 1.
Проходить 8 років, в 2014 році
8 years later, in 2014,
Путін нападає на Крим,
Putin attacks Crimea.
через 2 тижні Донецька і Луганська
2
область.
weeks later, the Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts.
Що відбувається далі?
And what do we see after that?
Через декілька тижнів,
A few weeks later,
здається, в Хабаровську підписується угода Сєвєрний поток-2.
in Khabarovsk, they sign Nord Stream 2.
В 2014 році вже працюють санкції, що недопущення торгівлі військовими і подвійного призначення товарами
You know, there were sanctions now on double use of technology and military technology.
Франція і Німеччина кожна майже по $500 мільярда відпускає приціли нічного бачення.
But still, Germany and France sell equipment, night goggles, and other things to Russia.
Я ці приклади виставляю для чого?
And why do I raise these?
Росія слабка.
Russia is weak.
Путін слабкий.
Putin is weak.
Не бійтеся його.
Don't be afraid of him.
Це маленька людина,
He's a small person.
яка, я сподівався, якщо він прийме дари демократії і свободи, він може привести Росію на набагато вищий якісний стан.
Who, with the freedom and democracy that came in, could have done a lot to make Russia wealthier and happier.
КГБістам не дано це.
But KGB agents can't do that.
І тому ви сьогодні спостерігаєте смерть Росії.
And that's why you are seeing right now the death of Russia.
Я це підкреслюю, бо я допускаю, що, можливо, більшість зали мають іншу думку.
I want to emphasize this because I think many people in this hall don't believe it.
Країна, яка виробляє 1,9 світового ВВП, не може називатися сильною.
A country that makes up 1.9% GDP of the world is not a strong country.
Ви знаєте, що Голландія має ВВП більше, ніж Росія.
You know that Netherlands has a higher GDP than Russia's.
А там 60% територій нижче рівня Світового океану.
And yet, even though it has a country that is below sea level,
Штат Техас має більше ВВП, ніж Росія.
Texas has a bigger GDP than Russia.
Каліфорнія має більший ВВП, ніж Росія.
California has a higher GDP.
Не бійтесь Росії.
Don't be afraid of Russia.
Вона слабка,
It is weak,
але підла.
but devious.
І тому, коли ви подаєте руку Путіну, швиденько її назад за 2-3 секунди.
So if you give your hand to shake Putin's hand, take it away as fast as possible
І рахуйте пальці, чи
and
у
count
вас
how many fingers are left.
5. Коло наших партнерів 54 країни світу.
There are 54 countries that have joined the alliance to support Ukraine.
Ці країни виробляють 63% світового валового
And
продукту.
these 54 countries make up 63% of the world GDP.
Росія 1,9.
Russia is 1.9%.
Ми ж говоримо, що економіка – це м'язи війни.
As we know, economy is the muscles of war.
У нас є політичний альянс,
We have a political
у
alliance
нас є сильна економіка.
and a strong economy,
Нам треба навчитися говорити одним голосом.
but what we need to learn is how to speak in a single voice.
Я багато разів буду просити вас,
I will ask you many times over,
незалежно від того, яку країну Європи ви представляєте,
no matter what country of Europe that you represent,
вам треба просинатися.
you have to wake up
І не питати, по кому дзвонить дзвін,
and not ask for whom the bell tolls.
по вас.
It tolls for you.
Чи ви португальці,
Whether you're
чи
in
ви
Portugal
іспанці, чи ви
or
італійці.
Spain or Italy.
Коли Росія нападала на Україну,
When Russia attacked Ukraine,
у неї було 12,5 тисяч танків.
it had 12,500 tanks.
Я вас по секрету запитаю, а скільки танків, наприклад, було в найбільшій армії країни Європейського
In
Союзу
secret,
в Німеччині?
I want to ask you how many tanks were in the largest country in the European Union? Germany.
Не буду вас мучити.
I won't tire you. I'll give you the answer.
400.
400.
В Путіна 12,5,
Putin had 12,500.
в Німеччині 400.
Germany 400.
Причому не гарантую, що вони всі заводяться.
And I can't even guarantee that they all worked.
В Англії 170.
England had 170.
Що в нас за торжество? Що в нас за безпекова політика, що ми неадекватні?
What kind of defense policy do we have that we were so inadequate in the reaction?
Як трапилось, що відбулася путінізація Європи?
How did it happen that Europe was Putinized?
Як трапилось, що Європа, один із самих платіжних ринків світу, Путіну платить $1 мільярд щоденно?
How was it that Europe, one of the strongest economies in the world, paid Putin $1 billion per day?
Для кооператива «Озеро» це забагато.
For the mafia cooperative Ozero that he created around himself, that was much too much.
15-20 років назад вони ще ніжки Буша отримували, щоб з голоду не померти.
15 years before that, they were still getting foreign aid from Bush to survive, and now they were being paid $1 billion a day.
Ця путінізація – це кримінальна політика.
The Putinization of Europe was criminal.
Коли Україна платила за російський газ $480 за 1000 кубів,
When Ukraine had to pay $480 for 1,000 cubic meters,
Німеччина
Of
платила
gas.
$175.
Germany was paying 175.
І я Меркель багато разів запитував:
And I used to ask Merkel many times,
Ангела, як же це до теми прозорої конкуренції,
Angela, how is this transparent competition
вільного ринку?
of a free market?
Як така політика вдається?
How could they conduct this kind of price policy?
Весь цей газ йде через Україну.
All this gas travels through Ukraine,
На 1500 далі, чим ми
Goes-
платимо.
1,500 kilometers further, and yet you're paying a third of what we do.
Сьогодні в Путіна працює більше 25 міністрів Європи.
More than 25 former ministers of Europe work for Putin today.
Канцлери працюють,
Former chancellors,
віце-канцлери працюють,
vice chancellors,
прем'єри
prime ministers
європейських великих країн
of big
працюють.
European countries.
Оце як Європа дійшла до того рівня,
This is how Europe reached the level
який привів до енергетичної пастки,
which brought them into an energy trap,
неадекватної безпекової політики.
inadequate security policy.
І я думаю, що це велика перемога за останні 17-18 років путінської політики.
And I think this was a great success by Putin's politics over the last 17 or so years.
І моє серце тішиться від того, як Європа робить висновок і трансформується
But my
сьогодні.
heart is happy when I see that Europe is transforming and reaching new conclusions.
Я пригадую перший виступ Шольца, який присвячений був війні Росії в Україні.
I remember Mr. Schulz's first speech after the Russian intervention, attack on Ukraine.
Приблизно 3 хвилини канцлер говорив про те, що Німеччина ніколи не дасть
He
Україні.
started with 3 minutes about what they will never give Ukraine,
І останню хвилину присвятив, що Німеччина дасть Україні.
and then 1 minute on what they will give Ukraine.
Це 5 тисяч касок
5,000 helmets
і 2,5 тисячі санітарних сумок.
and 2,500 first aid kits.
Сьогодні все, що є на складах Бундесвері, ну не все, але майже все, є в Україні.
And now almost everything that was in the supply of the Bundeswehr is now in Ukraine.
У нас немає тільки далекобійних ракет.
We just need still the long-range
А
missiles.
ви знаєте, Україна сьогодні страждає від незакритого неба.
And you know what we're suffering most from in Ukraine today is the fact that our skies are not
А в
protected.
незакритому небі 3 проблеми.
And what is that? That has 3 problems.
Керована бомба,
That is the guided missile,
крилаті ракети
the winged missiles, yes.
да? І третя позиція – балістика.
And ballistic weapons.
Україна – технологічна держава.
Ukraine is a technological country.
Дніпро, місто Дніпро,
The city of Dnipro
завжди був ракетною столицею Совєтського Союзу.
was always the missile capital of the Soviet Union.
Всі собаки, які запускались в космос, люди
All the dogs that went up into space and the people who went up into space were,
це робота
it was designed
конструкторського бюро «Південне».
in the Pivden-Mash plant.
Атомне ядро вперше розщеплено в Україні, в Радянському Союзі.
In the Soviet Union, the first atomic, the splitting of atoms happened in Ukraine.
Одним словом, я хотів би сказати, що сьогодні до якості української сторони я б виділив би 3 речі.
So I think what 3 things that Ukraine has on its side right now.
Ми маємо небувало мужню і консолідовану українську націю.
We have an unprecedented, consolidated, unified nation.
Із квазінації ми стали нацією.
What we could have called a few years ago a quasi-nation, we are now a consolidated nation.
Я рахую, це, можливо, найважливіше діло, яке за 30 років нам вдалося
And I
зробити.
consider this maybe our biggest success of the last 30 years.
Ми сьогодні, з точки зору безпекової і оборонної політики, вибачте, я скажу слова, можливо, комусь вони не сподобаються, але наша нація і наш воїн це бронежилет Європи.
And I will say something maybe not all of everybody would like to hear, but I believe that our nation and our soldiers are the shield of Europe today.
І тому, коли ми говоримо про те, як відповідати на путінське зло,
So how do we respond to Putin's evil?
я хотів би застерегти від те, що мені не подобається, те, що я не можу поділити.
I want to warn against something that with which I don't agree.
Як ми бачимо регулювання цієї війни,
How we see the ability to regulate this war, to negotiate this war.
нам хтось каже, давайте по нулю проведемо лінію.
Somebody says, oh, let's just go along current lines.
Це країна, яка 80 років назад заснувала, була одним із засновників із 50 Організації Об'єднаних Націй.
But you're talking about a country, Ukraine, that was one of the founding members of the United Nations.
Це країна, яка прийняла перше в історії ядерне роззброєння.
The first country to completely eliminate its nuclear weapons.
От ви думайтесь, будь ласка, ми передали Росії
Just think, we gave Russia
1700 ядерних зарядів.
1,700 nuclear weapons.
Це більше, ніж ядерних зарядів у Китаї,
This was more than China, Britain,
і Франції.
and France had together.
Ми передали носії.
We gave all the missile carriers for this.
Угоду підписали 6 країн.
6 countries signed the Budapest Agreement,
Тільки одна країна виконала її.
but only one fulfilled the terms,
Це Україна.
Ukraine.
Ми підписали більше 400 договорів з Росією,
We signed more than 400 different agreements with Russia.
де на кожному кроці Путін говорив,
And in each step, Putin always said
у нас
publicly,
немає жодної територіальної претензії проти
we
України.
have no territorial claims on Ukraine.
Ми повністю провели делімітацію,
We
демаркацію.
completely created demarcation of our borders.
І сьогодні нам пропонують,
And now they're telling us,
ну, що ж ти поробиш, так сталося.
what can you do?
Україна, відмовляйтеся від
Ukraine,
20% своєї
give up
території.
20% of your territory.
Путін каже, треба орієнтуватися на землю.
Putin says, let's think about land questions.
Вам це нічого історичного не нагадує?
Doesn't this remind you of something historical?
Мені це нагадує
It reminds me
Мюнхенську мирну угоду,
of the Munich Agreement,
де західна демократія
where Western democracies,
в знак умиротворення злодія
in trying
Гітлера
to create peace with the criminal Hitler,
погодилася на здачу національних інтересів одної з територій.
decided to give up one of the countries to make him happy.
Пам'ятаєте, як Чемберлен приїхав,
Do you remember when Chamberlain
London.
returned to London
сходить з літака,
and came off the airplane
каже, я вам привіз мир.
and said, I am bringing you peace.
Якби цього не було, ви брили окопи на сході Європи,
If I didn't do this, you would be building trenches
в країні, яку ви навіть на карті не можете
in a
знайти.
country in the east that you couldn't even find on a map.
І через декілька днів
And a few days later,
Уінстон Черчилль йому каже,
Winston Churchill said to him,
знаєш, прем'єр, ти привіз не мир,
Prime Minister, you did not bring us peace.
ти привіз війну
You brought us war
і ганьбу.
and shame.
Так ось, ви знаєте, коли мова йде про умиротворення Путіна,
So when we talk about somehow appeasing Putin,
давайте не будемо робити чергову помилку.
let's not make the next mistake.
Вчимось у історії.
We have to learn from history.
А як знову таки сказав Черчилль,
And as Churchill said,
історія – це великий вчитель.
history is a great teacher.
Тільки одна проблема, що у неї погані учні.
The problem is that it has bad students.
Ну, це не про нас. Це не про нас.
We're not talking about ourselves here.
Тому, шановні,
So, my friends,
я останні 3 позиції хочу
the last
висловити.
things I would like to say.
Перед нами і вами одна задача стоїть.
Before us, there is one assignment.
Путін повинен бути переможений.
Putin must be defeated.
Нам треба зробити 3 речі.
So we have to do 3 things.
Що найбільше убавляє можливостей Путіна?
What gives Putin his greatest opportunities?
Це політика його доходів.
First, that is his revenues, his income.
65% його доходів
65% of his income
– це доходи нафтові.
is oil.
Від продажу нафти,
Selling oil,
від продажу нафтопродуктів назовні,
oil products,
і всі акцизи і інші податки всередині російського ринку
and the taxes and excise duties that he gets in his internal market.
насправді це бензоколонка.
That's why he is nothing more than a gas station.
Тому нафта – це головний продукт його збагачення.
So that oil is his main revenue stream.
На першій позиції по фінансуванню війни Путіна в Україні стоїть Китай.
Who is financing Putin's war in Ukraine?
Це
First, China.
Це 40% їх доходів Путіна.
40% of his income of his revenue comes from China.
Біля 30% доходів формує Індія.
30% from India.
Вибачте, на 4-му місці стоїть Євросоюз.
Fourth, is the EU.
Через закупку уже готових нафтопродуктів
By buying ready oil products
якоби на безім'янному ринку.
in sort of different kinds of markets
Як правило, це ринок, який робить поставщики з Індії,
through intermediaries like India,
які до цього переробили російську нафту.
which got its original oil from Russia.
І тому тут я скажу одну тезу.
So here's one thing I would like to say.
Зло перемагає не від того, що воно велике.
Evil wins not because it is great.
Завжди повинно перемагати добро.
Good should win over evil.
Ну, між добром і злом
But between good and evil,
інколи буває велика армія байдужих.
there is always a big army of the indifferent.
От якраз їхнім іменем і перемагає зло.
And that's how evil wins, through those who are indifferent.
І для байдужих підготовлено, як ви знаєте, 9-те коло пекла.
And that's why the 9th circle of hell is for the indifferent.
Байдужість – це зло.
Indifference is evil.
І тому у цьому блоці задач, я думаю, якщо ми переступимо через байдужість,
If we are able to overcome indifference,
ми тему доходів казни Путіна досить легко
we'll be able to
вирішимо.
resolve the problem of the profits that Putin makes.
Друге, що нам потрібно,
Second,
вже і все,
now and everything,
зброя.
weapons.
Ми багато можемо робити, в тому числі унікальної модернової зброї, як країна, як бізнес.
We ourselves can make a lot of unique, innovative weapons.
Але з тих 3 речей, які я назвав попередньо, це речі, які потребують часу.
But they take time.
Втратити час
And losing this time,
– це втратити багато людських життів.
this is losing lots of human lives.
І мова йде не зеків Путіна,
And we're not talking about the criminal prisoners that Putin uses from his
а
prisons,
наших героїв.
but we're talking about heroes.
Тому співпраця у наданні Україні належної зброї
So cooperation in giving Ukraine the weapons that it needs
– це найбільше, що нас наближає сьогодні до перемоги.
is the thing that will bring us closest to victory.
Нашою зброєю ми вивели із ладу всю російську енергетичну економіку на 50%.
We have been able to somehow destroy 50% of their energy capabilities.
Кругом уже черги стоять до автозаправок.
In Russia, you have lines at gas stations.
Я думаю, що близький час, коли ми звільняємо Крим
I think we can free Crimea
і проведемо деокупацію інших районів.
and deoccupy other regions.
І просив би вас бути настирливо активними у
And I ask you
цьому
to be
питанні.
consistently active on this
Не
issue.
питайте, по кому
Don't
дзвонить.
ask for whom the bell tolls.
Ми робимо реалізацію безпекової політики
We are realizing, we are fulfilling the security policy
вашої країни і вашої нації.
of your countries, your nations.
Тому Європа, будь ласочка,
Europe, please,
просинайтеся.
wake up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the applause has more than just shown how much your speech and your analysis moved the people, not only convinced them, but obviously moved them. And I think it's highly interesting. I mean, if I look what you said, President, what Chancellor Schüssel said before, I would say, just in your last words, it really came very clearly out, the mindset of people, the will of Ukraine to keep its territory, to fight, even if it is enormously difficult. And we really admire, I mean, nobody really expected that Ukraine could withstand such a long time against Russia. This was almost a miracle. And the other question you also spoke about was, you said, the economy is the muscle of war. And this is also what Wolfgang Schüssel said. The economy was the first item he mentioned as the basis for our future. And therefore, I just wanted to ask Wolfgang, we are in a situation where the whole world economy is in turbulency. What can Europe do? What can Europe do to strengthen its position? What should it do in order to keep its position within America and China, and at the other hand also to guarantee its own future?
Thank you. Good question. The answer is maybe not so easy, but I think my first answer is innovation. Right? If you look to this year's Nobel Prize winners, by the way, it's a quite interesting personal example. That one winner was a Palestinian refugee, living in a Jordanian refugee camp, and his father was a kind of a Metzger, raising all his money to give the son the chance to go to America and to study, and today is a Nobel Prize winner. And the three winners said the most important thing to get the growth, to get more growth, is innovation. So I think innovation for Europe is the key. Second, we need a growth agenda. If you look to the potential, das Potenzialwachstum, the potential growth, not leaving aside the waves of ups and downs in the economy. This was 20 years ago, 1.5% for Germany, for instance. Today, it is 0.2. So I think there is a need for a better equipped growth agenda. This is the most important key. So growth agenda and innovation. The third idea is we need partners. We can no longer trust that America will do everything for us. We should look to other partners as well. And we are ready to do that. For instance, Mexico, we had a free trade arrangement with Mexico with great success. Annual trade more than 100 billion euro, 111. Now we are doing Mercosur, and hopefully it will be decided in December. This is de facto the trade between Mercosur countries is around 80 billion euros. It could be tripled if it is really working. Of course, we have mindset. We have to convince our population, our public opinion that free trade is necessary, is needed. Japan, Australia, ASEAN countries, Indonesia, Africa is not fixed, is not totally fixed, neither to America, not to Russia, not to China. So I think Europe is still the largest trading partner and investment partner for Africa. I think this is most important. Create partners, good partnership, because we are not threatening anybody. We are easy to handle. We are interested to doing business, and I think these three elements: innovation, growth agenda, and seeking partners, good partnership. That would be an excellent example to do a better job in economy.
Thank you very much, and maybe. Question for the President. How do you see the economic future of Ukraine? I mean, having certainly, or being a heavyweight on production of wheat and agricultural products, at the other hand, is not so easy if we are thinking of integration, because of course the agricultural market is the only really fully integrated market within European Union, and therefore will not be so easy. And maybe as a third factor, if you look at now the destruction in Donbass, and Donbass always used to be the industrial heart of Ukraine, you know, how do you see the future, economic future of Ukraine?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you for this question.
Почну з того, що за ці останні 3 роки ми втратили 50% енергетики.
I would like to begin by saying that over the last 3 years, we've lost 50% of our energy.
У нас було працюючих 6 НПЗ.
We used to have 6 oil refineries,
Жоден не працює.
none of which work today.
У нас було 5 хімкомбінатів величезних,
We had 5 huge chemical factories that are no longer
на яких
working,
трималося сільське господарство України.
that were producing all the fertilizer and other things needed for agriculture in Ukraine,
Жоден не працює.
none of which are working today.
У нас зірвана найбільша в Європі гідростанція.
The largest hydroelectric station in Europe has been destroyed.
У нас окупована найбільша в Європі ядерна станція.
The largest nuclear power station in Europe is occupied.
Проблемна металургія,
We have problems with the metallurgy companies.
бо багато комбінатів у нас під окупацією.
A lot of the factories are in occupied territories now.
Ну, про чорне я вже більш не хочу говорити. Я як економіст хочу вам сказати, що я надзвичайно великий оптиміст.
But despite everything, all the negatives I've given you, I am still very optimistic.
Оптиміст в тому, що в нас є належні знання, як піднімати нашу економіку.
Because we have the knowledge of how to raise our economy.
У нас є багато міжнародних партнерів.
We have many international partners.
І ви знаєте, по багатьох позиціях ми займаємо або перше місце в Європі, або перше навіть місце в світі.
And in some products, many products, we are not only first in Europe, but even first in the world.
Тобто ця перспектива нікуди не ділася.
And this perspective has not disappeared.
Очевидно, ми хочемо мати окремий план відбудови.
Of course, we need a reconstruction plan.
Очевидно, ми знайдемо юридичний спосіб, перш за все в Європі, як направити валютні резерви Росії на цю програму.
And of course, we're going to find legal methods to use confiscated Russian assets to invest in Ukraine.
Ну і саме, можливо, головне, Україна розкриє широкі двері для інвесторів, як великого рівня, так і середнього рівня.
And of course, Ukraine will find a way to open its doors to investors, both the large investors and middle investors.
У 90-х роках ми з вами не знайомі були.
Do you know, in the 90s, we did not know each other.
Ми один одного в очі не бачили.
We never saw each other face to
І
face.
нам десяток років потребувалося, щоб зайти у відносини, в довіру, знайти друзів.
It took us a few decades to find partners, to find friends.
А сьогодні ці питання вже пройдені.
But now we have reached a different stage.
У Росії сьогодні править людина, при якій діти родилися, пішли в школу, університет, здобули освіту, пішли на фронт, і їх вже закопали. Оце перспектива покоління.
And we have found trust amongst ourselves. But looking at Russia, where you have an entire generation of people who have been born, grown up, been educated, gone to the army, and been buried under one leader.
Оце жить путінській Росії.
That's what it's like to live in Putin's Russia.
Сьогодні кожний день на українських полях бою гине від 900 до 1400 росіян.
Every day on the front lines of Ukraine, from 900 to 1400 Russians die.
Послухайте, що це за бойня, коли за 10 днів ми знищуємо росіян скільки за 10 років було знищено в Афганістані?
What kind of war is it when in 10 days we're able to take as many soldiers, to kill as many soldiers as it took 10 years in Afghanistan?
То країна, де немає опозиції.
We're talking about a country that has no opposition.
Якщо ти задумав бути опозиційним,
If you ever want to be in opposition in Russia,
скоріше вб'ють, якщо ти не встигнеш виїхати.
if you're not able to escape, you'll be dead.
Це історія Борі Німцова,
That's what happened to Boris Nemtsov,
Олексія Навального.
Alexei Navalny.
Це країна, яка позбавлена свободи слова для населення свого.
A country that allows no freedom of speech.
Сьогодні у путінських в'язницях знаходиться скільки журналістів, скільки не знаходилось при Сталіні.
You have more journalists in Putin's prisons today than you had during the time of Stalin.
Більше 20 тисяч дітей, які викрадені, і міжнародними організаціями встановлені їхні імена Путіним.
You know, more than 20,000 children stolen from Ukraine whose names we know and are now in Putin's Russia.
Другими словами, це я кажу, як на контрасті із тим світом темних, Україна може демонструвати сучасну, нову, зрозумілу і привабливу політику для західних партнерів.
So why I'm saying this, in what contrast Ukraine's new, innovative, freedom-loving politics, what an alternative we can present to you.
Тому ми сьогодні гордимося нашим солдатом
We are very proud today of our soldier
і нашою нацією.
and of our nation.
Нація виграє війни,
Nations win wars
а солдат бої.
and soldiers win battles.
Yeah. Applause, yeah. So, before we go into our break, we will have the opportunity also to listen to a very short statement of our Minister for Foreign Affairs. She was the first one who was ready to participate in this conference, but then had to change her plans, as it sometimes can happen when you are in government. So we will hear. But before that, I just wanted to ask one more question to Wolfgang Schüssel. Wolfgang, you gave us just a clear best example of your ideas. What I hear from one of our board members, Ambassador Martin Seidig, you still are playing football, you are playing soccer, as you did in the last decades. So you obviously are in shape. And you are in such a good shape that nobody realized, more or less, that you had a prominent birthday this year, in the first half, 80 years. And applause is... so, you have the privilege now, more or less, before we hear the statement, just to utter a birthday wish. A birthday wish for Austria and Europe, even if this is a surprise and maybe not so easy to answer, but I think just what you think Austria, what you wish Europe could do in the coming days and years.
I think this is quite easy. I think for me the most good day and finest day in my political career was the 12th of June '94, when our people voted with a 2/3 majority in favor of EU membership. So I think Europe is our fate. So my wish to Austria, but also to Europe and to the candidate countries, is not to forget that the European Union is not only, so to say, a project. This is de facto the finest project in history to bring together today 27 member states, but 10 are attending, 10 are candidates, and eventually much more are interested to come into this interesting circle. And the principle is to guarantee peace inside the community, not forgetting that in the 200 years before, we had 300 wars between our nations. So this is over now for 80 years. So I think keep the European flame alive. This is my wish. And also for the candidate countries. I think maybe it's not so popular today to say that Ukraine and Moldova and Albania and all the other candidate countries are potential member states, and we should be open, we should prepare the way, we should help them, we should support them, give advice. But this is the most important thing today for leaders, but also for intellectuals or interested people supporting the European idea. So be aware of that. This is my wish.
Thank you so much. So, and with our best wishes, not only to your birthday, but also to your energy, whatever you are doing, not only in different functions in Austria. Many people are not aware that Wolfgang Still is also president of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, an Austrian, is at the top of the most prominent German Stiftung. Okay, he's in Bertelsmann Stiftung, and in many other functions. Okay, we wish you all the best, and of course we also wish all the best to the whole nation, to you, Mr. President, and to the whole Ukrainian nation. We will behind you. Okay. And now please listen to our Foreign Minister.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you today, even though I sadly can't join you in person. The theme of this year's European Forum Vienna, Europe's new responsibility, could not be more timely. Of course, we all see the world is changing rapidly. It is now 3.5 years that Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has totally reshaped our security environment. Since then, or not only since then, Europe's new responsibility is clear. We must take our security, stability, and future into our own hands. That means full participation in the EU's foreign security and defense policies. And it means standing together, united and confident. Europeans are strongest when they speak with one voice. Austria is doing its part. We are contributing actively to the further development of the common security and defense policy, as well as the establishment of a true European defense union. We are also strengthening public awareness for security and defense, because Europe's security matters to all of us. Russia's war of aggression has fundamentally changed Europe. It is now more than 1,200 days of suffering and death in Ukraine. It is about time that the killing stops. Russia therefore has to come to the negotiating table for real. Peace, of course, must be comprehensive, just and sustainable, backed by strong security guarantees. And there can be no peace in Ukraine without Ukraine, and no security in Europe without the Europeans. Austria continues to contribute and support Ukraine's safety wherever we can, for example, through the process of enlargement. And supporting our neighbors, also in the Western Balkans or in Moldova, on their path to EU membership is a strategic necessity, as the entire European neighborhood is central to our own security and prosperity. EU enlargement is therefore a top geopolitical priority, and through gradual integration, it should bring real benefits even before accession, for example, by extending the European roaming area or single European payments area, by progressively integrating candidates into the EU single market. Europe's new shared responsibility also means building alliances with partners around the world. Africa, with its large population and rapidly growing economy, is a continent of opportunities and must be a key partner. Austria is underlining this commitment through a new Africa strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our responsibility to protect what unites us in Europe: our solidarity, our values, our freedom, and our common future. For today, for your discussions, I wish you very productive discussions and a truly enjoyable time here in Vienna.
Thank you very much. It was an exciting session, and now you deserve a break of 15 minutes. Please be on time back at your seats, because it will continue to be interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for the next session. I may announce it. I'm here to represent Campus Tivoli, one of the cooperating partners here at this event. Campus Tivoli is the political academy of the Austrian People's Party. We are a think tank as well as a training institution, and we bring together expertise and politics on the most pressing issues that shape political decision makers today and in the future. So without further ado, I may present the next panel to you on the views from different European regions. First of all, Benita Ferrero-Waldner, who is a diplomat and a former European Commissioner for External Relations and European Neighbourhood Policy, as well as the former Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Austria. Thank you so much. Richard Bruton, who served as Minister for several ministries in Ireland, for the Gael Party. Economist by training, he has worked for the Central Bank of Ireland and the Economic and Social Research Institute. Volodymyr Orytsko, former Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs, as well as former Ambassador of Ukraine to Austria. Following his government service, he's founded and headed the Center for Russian Studies in Kiev, focusing on Russia-Ukraine-EU relations and regional security issues. And last but not least, Theodosios Georgiou. He's the president of the Atlantic Treaty Association, an organization devoted to promoting transatlantic relations and public understanding of Euro-Atlantic security. Previously, he has worked in senior government positions in Greece. The panel would be moderated by Michael Zinkanel, the director of the IES. Thank you so much. I wish a pleasant discussion.
Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you for cooperating with us in hosting this 29th European Forum. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to moderate this panel discussion, different views from European regions, from European countries. We have a very diverse panel, as we have heard through the introduction of the speakers. We will hear different perspectives, different point of views. And I would like to start with our former Austrian Minister for Foreign Affairs and former EU Commissioner, Benita Ferrero-Waldner, for your opening statements. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much. First of all, dear President of this institution, thank you very much for having me. Mr. President Yushchenko, it's a pleasure to see you here, and I thank you for this wonderful speech. Dear colleagues on the panel and distinguished colleagues, students, it's a pleasure to be here. Although at a certain moment when you speak late, then of course many things will be there that we have to repeat. But please, it's also important to also somebody say the same things than the others in a different way. Therefore, of course, we have heard, I think all of us, we are aware that today the geostrategic situation of the world has changed so much, is being marked by upheavals, significant transformations between the great powers and from the transatlantic to the Indo-Pacific. And of course, the rivalry between US and China, the Russian war against Ukraine and her military power, as well as also the emerging global actor India, and the aspiration of many others like Turkey, Indonesia, etc., in the global south. All of that has changed the situation. And that, of course, has a huge impact on the European Union. We would like to become a global player, but we have to admit that for the moment, at least, we are only a global player. We didn't like that, but this is the truth. Therefore, the question, how can we achieve strategic autonomy? I speak for myself. I don't speak now for Austria, but I speak for myself, and I think for the ideas that are there in this region. Personally, I see two major reasons. One is the lack of unanimity. And second, that has been mentioned at large, is of course the lack of a security and defense, clear, implemented, not only the documents on common security and defense policy, but really implement things and try to do the best. Of course, wake-up call, everybody has said it. Now it is necessary. We see what we have been writing in documents long before. Now it has to be done. And I think things are being done, but slowly. And that is another question. We should be much quicker because the others are speedily deciding, and we have these lengthy processes. The European Union and its members, we are all, if we now speak of regions, first of all, we are all based on our common values, such as democracy, rule of law, human rights, and a certain European identity. Even if we are citizens of West, North, East, Central, and South Europe. As long as the European Union, I would say, had economic growth and political stabilities in the last decades, when I was foreign minister, for instance, it was easier to come to harmonized positions and thus also decide by unanimity, uniform decisions. But in the actual challenging geostrategic situation, characterized by higher political instability, by budget deficits, by economic downturn, by higher energy prices, and also higher inflation, this dilemma has become much greater. Instead of mainstream parties, more and more radical parties of the right and the left form governments, and therefore the different interior politics is mirrored by diverging levels of situation outside on the EU level when it comes to decision making, and therefore there is a lack of unity. Does it work? No?
Your glasses are a little bit...
Oh, okay. Excuse me, please. Yeah. So the difficult and lengthy negotiations to come to a compromise that is often difficult, not clear, and without a more long-term strategy makes us totally weak. And that is, of course, being exploited by all the others. So our soft power that we always mentioned and we were proud of is no more sufficient. Now, how do we think we can cope with autocracies like China and Russia, and even the autocratic behavior of the US now with Donald Trump, where decisions being taken rapidly and implemented immediately? Besides, I must say, if member states have domestic problems, the optimism is sinking, and the social media are reinforcing that. So pessimism is the prevailing feeling, and this is immediately projected to the level of the European Union, not so much to the national level from where it really comes. So I remember, for instance, and it was mentioned also by other speakers before, very well our enthusiasm that was demonstrated by our referendum in 1994, where indeed 2/3 of the population voted in favor of accession. When, however, in the year 2000, only 5 years afterwards, Chancellor Wolfgang Schüssel, who spoke before, and I then had the privilege to become his foreign minister, formed a coalition government with the Freedom Party of Jörg Haider out of necessity, of political necessity. And the 14 other member states imposed unfair and totally exaggerated sanctions on our government in order to impede the coalition, or, when they couldn't hinder it, to try to make us resign. A majority of the Austrian population was very angry, very disappointed with the European Union, and the prior enthusiasm vanished. Even so, our government, and I must say, and I think it's very important to say that, did not use the veto power blocking EU's common decisions at that very moment, which we could have done. Another example of, I would say, rare solidarity if there is a specific but important problem for the member states, or for one member state, was right from the beginning of our membership. And this was the question of the transit of heavy trucks through the Austrian Alpine region, the Brenner Pass. I then had to defend the necessity for a restriction of trucks because of the heavy burden and environmental damage on the population, especially there. But Western and Southern partners, however, never wanted that and upheld the question of freedom of transit of goods, disregarding all our arguments. So I must say it took us years and even EU court decisions to finally come to a unanimous solution. So it is very difficult because the interests of national governments and states are quite different. As foreign minister and also afterwards as EU Commissioner for External Relations and Neighborhood Policy, I witnessed also a lack of consensus on the question of independence of Kosovo, which Spain and Cyprus, for internal reasons, still have not accepted yet. Or the position of the member states on the war US-Iraq, where UK at the time with Tony Blair was with the US, with George W. Bush, whereas Germany, Angela Merkel, and France, Jacques Chirac, were totally opposed against this war that was waged without a Security Council decision. So you see, there were difficult moments, but I think it has become more and more, it's more difficult. Today, with the enormous challenges that originate in sometimes, I would say also, fierce nationalisms and radicalisms of some member states, think a little bit of Hungary, Slovakia, at times Poland, maybe in the future the Czech Republic, to find unanimity has become much more complicated, which makes the decision process more and more complex and thus lengthy. It's true that according to the treaty, only in 3 cases unanimity is absolutely obligatory. Change of treaties, accession of new member states, and decision on the so-called multi-annual financial framework, the budget, the 7-year budget. Furthermore, it's also true that there are the so-called passerelle clauses, according to which issues can be decided by qualified majority on the condition that the principal first decision by everybody has to be taken by unanimity, but also that is sometimes very complicated. So think, for instance, of the Russia's war against Ukraine and the diverging position of member states towards sanctions, to the delivery of military equipment, or also the question of continued financial support for Ukraine. We have spoken about that, but I see always these difficulties. Or think of the issue of the war between Israel and Gaza and the question of recognition of a Palestine state, where countries like Spain, France, Ireland, and others undertook this step recently, whereas in order the recognition should be, whereas we think, Germany, Austria, Czech Republic, and others, that the recognition should be at the end of a negotiating process. So all that, of course, does not make us stronger, makes us weaker. Or on migration, where some member states refuse to take the migrants in, whereas others, Germany, Austria, Spain, Italy, and so on, have to cope with a great influx. Or on the strong affinity of Spain and Portugal with Latin America, that is quasi their hinterland, whereas we are focusing more on the eastern neighbors and the Balkan countries. And others, like before UK, but also France, they were particularly dedicated to Asia or to Africa. I think we start to learn, as you just have heard from our foreign minister. And I think the most serious is the question of unanimity for the EU accession of candidate countries. Indeed, I think Austria always has been very much in favor of first the Balkan countries, but also the others, in total of 10 member states. But every chapter in the negotiation has to be closed by consensus. So it's very complicated. How should we go on more quickly? So again, the big powers exploit this weakness. It's easy to do that. And the second big lack that I mentioned before is, of course, the common foreign and security policy and the implementation. I do not speak about it now because it was at length mentioned and, of course, spoken in details. Yeah. Now, let me just say, what can we do, I think, to reach a strategic autonomy in the future? I would say there are 2 points that I would like to make on the institutions and then a few points on the contents. On the institution, I think we should be much more clear to go with qualified majority, even if it's difficult for some. And in that case, for instance, with member states, we should go for this idea of a gradual accession. That means member states that come new, come in some cases, but maybe are not full members. And with that, I think we could also decide by qualified majority. And the second point on institution I would like to make is an instrument that we nearly do not use, and that is the so-called reinforced cooperation, where 1/3 of the member states can progress on certain issues, like Schengen, like the euro, if and when the others that have to stay behind at the moment can move up if they are ready and if they are prepared to do so. I think this is a possibility. We do not use it, but we should. It's in the treaties, so no problem to use it. On the contents, very quickly, I must say, of course, Wolfgang Schüssel, my boss, my former boss, of course, already mentioned it. It's first and foremost the economy. I also think the same. If a country is strong and if the European Union is strong, indeed, we are a strong union and we can do much more. That means increase competitivity, reduce overregulation, and abolish too much bureaucracy that we do have now. And then, of course, question of security and defense capabilities. We have spoken at length at that. Then I also thought improving and enhancing innovation, science and technology, find the right sources for special metals, rare earths, all that what is missing at the moment. Negotiate more free trade agreements to somehow compensate Trump's tax policy with many other partner countries, for instance, the Mercosur. And then I would, and with that I conclude, have the courage to pursue our own European policy according to our own European interests and not succumbing to the pressure of the global powers. I know it's easy to say that. It's more difficult to do it. But I think we have to start, because then we might have a beginning to be a strategic autonomous partner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, especially for also elaborating on this lengthy and complex process when it comes to unanimity, when it comes to the accession process. I have one very quick follow-up question in that regard. If I do remember correctly, and you pointed it out, closing and also opening every chapter is also part of this unanimity vote. And I think there are in total 150 or even more times the EU member states have to vote when it comes to the accession process. Is the qualified majority here the way to go to avoid that the same mistakes that have been made with the Western Balkan countries in their accession are now being made when it comes to Ukraine and Moldova? I personally
think so. I think we have to go forward. We want to do it. We have the political will, as we say, but then in reality we don't do it. So that would be a possibility to overcome the difficulty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I would like to hand over the floor to Richard Bruton. As he has been introduced already, you have had various positions in the Irish government over the last 4 decades. I think you have served in total in 5 different minister positions, amongst others Minister of Education and Skills, but also for Communication, Climate Action, the Environment, but also for Jobs and Enterprise and Innovation. Richard, thank you very much for being with us to share the Irish perspective. Please give us also your remarks.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me, and I feel somewhat humbled to be among many exalted people who served at very high level in foreign affairs, defence, prime ministers, where my ministries have never been in those spheres. But yet I'm a huge believer in the European project, warts and all, and we've heard a lot about its warts. It is such, as Chancellor pointed out, it is an extraordinarily successful project where global challenges are being met by sharing sovereignty. It is a fantastic institution, and we must value it. I suppose come from one of the 4 neutral countries, Austria, Malta, Cyprus, and ourselves, the only remaining since Sweden and Finland joined NATO. And I think the first thing that needs to be said is that, the changed security environment, which we've all heard about, and I'm not going to repeat, it has dramatically changed the position of neutrality in many ways. 3 ways in particular. First, I think it has undermined what would have been the traditional marks of neutrality going back to the Hague Treaty of 1906, where belligerents were very clearly defined, boundaries of activity were clearly defined. Clearly, in the world of hybrid war, that sort of neutrality is completely gone. The second element is that no neutral country can hope to have an independent security and defence policy. The concept of independent operation in such an interconnected world has completely gone. And the third point, which is important for Europe, is that weakness in any one of the links in the chain can weaken the entire European system. And we as a small country, for example, we have a maritime area that is 10 times the size of our land area. It has some very important strategic resources in it already, such as communications infrastructure. It has a massive potential for renewable energy to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. And the level of surveillance and oversight of that asset is way deficient in our case. So, I think the point I would make about neutral countries is no neutral country can any longer afford to step back and pretend that we are our own island. We have to be completely engaged. And I think in Ireland there has been a lot of debate from before the Ukraine war about the need to step up and take our responsibilities seriously. There's a bit echoing, I think, what the Secretary General said earlier. There have been many good policy papers and discussion. The issue now is implementation and the level to which we both invest strategically, but also cooperate in the collaborative structures that Europe has provided for us. The second point I would emphasize that security is not just a military matter alone. The vulnerability of our energy systems, of our health systems, of our political system, these are all elements of our security. And any robust security strategy has to address those. And I absolutely agree with President Yushchenko when he said that no country should fail to have security as a national priority. It should be one of the key issues, and I don't think that is yet the case in countries like our own. And I think to change that, what's crucial is citizen support. And I think a number of speakers have emphasized that. We are in all of our countries seeing huge disillusionment with institutions, with political institutions, and voters are drifting away. That has been weaponized, as we've heard, through social media and through artificial intelligence to create this sort of binary politics where people give very little consideration to issues. They want instant answers, yes or no, and it has been exploited by political forces that are very inamicable to the European project, and that is the reality. So I think we need to double down on. I know the European Union has introduced this concept of a democratic shield, looking at how our democracies work. But I think we need to invest much more imaginatively in making our institutions engage with citizens in new ways. There are countries who are doing this much better than the Union is doing. Estonia within Europe is much more advanced in trying to develop new forms of engagement. Taiwan is a country that has developed, on the back of the COVID, have developed much enhanced levels of trust in government as a result of engagement processes that are imaginatively designed, use artificial intelligence not to undermine and play on human weakness, but to harness artificial intelligence to enhance the power of democracies. And we need to invest time on that. I think the other point, and I'll try and keep my comments short. In a country like our own, where you required a referendum to change treaties, I think we need to be extraordinarily cautious about the extent to which we advocate treaty change before we have sweated the assets of the existing treaties. And I see the white paper, which recognises the position of neutral countries and talks about the open architecture and the variable geometry, which it advocates for. I think that is really important because if our citizens are confronted with a choice that they haven't been prepared for around treaty change, I think it would be very hard to win that. Whereas the model we have is one of evolving the capacities of our existing institutions. And I think a lot of what is in the white paper is pointing the path down that way. But we're only at the foothills of the level of implementation. So I would warn against trying to put, as I would see it, the cart before the horse of forcing treaty change before we've exploited the capacity of our existing treaties. Because we, citizens, and I don't think Ireland is alone, and I think there are many who would weaponize the unease of citizens facing into treaty change. So I think we need to be cautious around that. But the last thing I think we need to end on a bit of a note of caution, and I'm a big music fan, a big fan of Leonard Cohen, and his great anthem ends with the line, there is a crack in everything and that's where the light gets in. And I think we need to look to that light within the European Union. Things are depressed now. You see the way in which these global power politics are trying to destroy multilateral institutions like ours. We need to double down on the importance of the multilateral approach that's at the heart of the European project, not undermine what is now called soft power. I think we've seen some of the decisions, for example, in the UK, where they enhanced defence spending at the time they cut their investment in overseas aid. I think that is not the direction we need to be going. I think we need to position ourselves very, very clearly, not as trying to be a rival to these power brokers and transactional politicians. We need to double down on the core value of resolving global challenges through shared sovereignty and common approaches and new innovative tools to address these challenges. And I think that's something that I think Martin at the very start of this thing said, don't allow our vision to alter. And I think that was a very strong point. We need to stick to the strengths that this project has already brought, and in this darker time, double down on those important elements. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Richard. I think I'd like also to point out one element and ask a quick follow-up question. You raised this issue of engaging citizens more, and I very much believe that this is not only a core fundament of democracies in general, but also that it could help and assist to overcome hybrid threats that you also mentioned, especially in disengaging the population from the political elites, especially in fighting disinformation campaigns, etc. So probably from your experience or from the Irish experience, how can that be done in a more effective, efficient way? How can the citizens be engaged more directly with the government?
Well, we have been quite experimental in some ways. Some of the biggest changes, such as removing the ban on abortion from our constitution, was done through what was a citizens' assembly, 100 people selected at random to address this very thorny issue in a Catholic country like our own. It was followed up, the Citizens' Assembly came out in favour, it was followed up by a parliamentary committee that had to deal with those findings, and that resulted in a transformative change in the view, particularly among politicians. We discovered the public were way ahead of us in many ways. And my own political group has set up a policy lab, as we call it, which is all about bottom-up engagement, not just within the party, but reaching out beyond the party to look at, day-to-day experience of people who work at the coalface and bring that to bear on policy formation. Too much of policy formation is seen as formed by elites, and as a result it's very easy to attack it as being, without adequate foundation, and that is what's weaponized in a lot of these hybrid attacks on our political process. We need to counteract that by ensuring that we have that level of engagement with people who are working at the coalface. And I think you can apply the principle to many issues, and I think we need to look at those countries who have gone beyond and been imaginative in this area and try to draw on their models. Ireland has done some, but Estonia is good, Taiwan. There are many, I believe, that we could, but the democratic shield that Europe is developing has to be more than lip service. Citizens must see a difference in the way Europe engages with its citizens, in my view.
Thank you very much. We have another speaker with us today, and I'm very happy to welcome Volodymyr Ogrytsko. As it has been mentioned very briefly, you have not only been the former Minister of Ukraine, but also Ambassador here in Vienna. I'm very happy to welcome you to also share your views from Ukraine in this panel discussion with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know what to say, because after what we have heard during our first discussions, and now it is really something, it is now not easy to add something. Look, but probably I will start with allow me to say some sentences in German. Nur zu sagen, besten Dank für Herr Bundesminister Werner Fasslabend, nur sagt Dankeschön für liebe Frau Bundesministerin. Ich war 5 Jahre hier Botschafter, und ich kann Ihnen sagen, das waren die besten vielleicht Jahre in meinem Leben. Und ich habe nur bedanken, dass die Kollegen, die damals in der Regierung waren, verstanden Ukraine und wir verstanden Österreich. Madam Ambassador remind very difficult part in the Austrian history when, due to the combination of the governmental coalition, practically speaking, Austria was blocked diplomatically in Europe. I remember that you, Madam Minister, was not allowed to visit European capitals, and you use mass media to bring Austrian position to the European audience. Then I was Ukrainian ambassador here, and one idea came to my mind, and I proposed to our leaders in Kiev to invite you to pay a visit to Kiev. That was a sign of Ukraine's solidarity with Austria. And I do believe that it is another sign that we are really in common, that we are Europeans and must see the future from European point of view. Look, Mr. Zingertel instructed me that I should not speak more than 10 minutes. So I have prepared only 4 main points to be in line with these time restrictions. So allow me to start. And my last, practically speaking, I would like to address you and to ask Europeans to think about 4 very short ideas. Probably I will repeat what just Madam Foreign Minister said, because this first point is, dear Europeans, let us speak with one voice. Look, and that is why I would like to thank Donald Trump, because in fact he woke Europe up. Please do not understand this that I am supporting the way how Donald Trump is doing his international business. It's another story. But nevertheless, he was really somehow a political earthquake. One which showed to every one of us, let us look around what is happening here. And this is very, very, in my view, acute question, because for more than 80 years, Europe was asleep. Let us be honest, let us be frank. More than 80 years, Europe don't want to see the truth. You will ask me, which one? This is truth about Russia. Very simple answer. And only now, after this political earthquake made by Trump, we Europeans at least finally understood our security is our own responsibility. And I would propose not to say about European view of European security, or a German view of European security, or Austrian view of European security. We should think about pan-European security as our common value. Otherwise, we will have no chance to be united. And Ukraine, I would like to stress, is the internal part of this security system in Europe. So let us think about this, and let us be really united, elaborating absolutely common European security perspective and concepts. Point number 2. Dear Europeans, be brave. Almost everyone in Europe understands where the real threat is. You will ask me why almost? Because we still have people like Orban, like Fico, like Marine Le Pen. We have parties like Alternative für Deutschland, and so on and so forth. We still have people who believe in so-called Russian democratic opposition, and their dreams about, as they say, прекрасная Россия будущего, beautiful Russia of the future. There are those who still say this is Putin's war, forgetting that it is not Putin who invited Russians. These are Russians who born Putin. Very simple to understand, but unfortunately not for all. Probably you remember the name of Vladimir Lenin. It was leaders of the Bolshevik terrorists in Russia. He said, better say, he called these people useful idiots. He died exactly 100 years ago. But as we see, useful idiots are still alive. But on the other hand, we have a good news as well. Many, I would say, overwhelming majority of all European governments and politicians do understand where this real threat comes from, and this is Russia. And using this opportunity, I would like to thank all of you, our European friends, for your assistance, for your help, for your solidarity. I would like to thank also our Austrian friends for humanitarian, political, diplomatic, etc., assistance. For the time being, we don't say about military assistance, but let us hope this time will come very soon. Look, what is lacking? In my view, there are two things: speed and political determination in decision making. I will give you two simple examples. What President Yushchenko just mentioned in his brilliant speech, two elements. One, long-range missiles to destroy Russia from inside. This is absolutely important issue. Second point, Russian frozen assets in Europe. Look, I'm sure that these both problems will be solved. The point is when. Because you should know every day of delay means, in our case, new victims, new casualties, destroyed villages, destroyed cities. I have counted on my phone since we started our discussion today, and I have the possibility to see how many attacks being held on Ukraine every hour. I counted 17 from 9:00 of today. 19 attacks on Ukrainian cities. So this is the price of delay. That is why my appeal to you, dear European friends, is very simple. Be brave. You have very good example, and this is Ukraine. My third point. Dear European friends, please do understand that the era of disarmament is over, as well as the era of neutrality. You cannot be neutral while discussing the question of your security. We are or white or black in this particular issue. There are no gray tones. Look, in my view, we are now approaching the new era of armed deterrence. Between European democracies and barbaric Russia must be a defensive wall. It should not be unarmed observers. This forms functioning without any results. In my view, it should be big armed forces with absolutely clear means of deterrence, including nuclear ones. Why? Look, Russia deployed some weeks ago nuclear missiles on the Belarusian territory. What was the European answer? Zero. Absolutely right. Why? Why shouldn't we deploy European nuclear forces not far from the Russian border? In fact, it should be really a powerful defense wall to show Russia you have no chance to attack anymore. And one more important issue, deployment, it is not use, not necessarily use, but it is very good and very understandable element of this deterrence. And another point I would like to stress what is misunderstood here in European countries. This is the point about the democracy in Russia. Because someone is thinking, okay, look, we have now this terrible Putin's regime, but after that, somehow, this regime transformed from totalitarian, from centralized, into democracy. The point is only that nobody can explain how this somehow should be realized. In my view, it is absolutely impossible issue, because Russia has never been democratic country. Look, centuries which European nations spent becoming more and more democratic, Russia spent becoming more and more autocratic. This is the real situation of today. Look, you cannot come back to the place where you have never been. Russia has never been in this democratic place. Please tell me 10 years in a row when Russia was democratic, starting with 14th century when Moscow Principality was created. I see the reaction, it was no such a period of time. So that is why let us forget about this Russian fairy tale about Russian democracy in the future. In my view, it will be possible probably in 3 or in 4 generations after that. And this is also a very important thing for you to understand. Please not believe in Russian fairy tales. Herr Bundesminister sagt mir, ich muss schon zum Ende kommen. Noch 2 Minuten, wenn Sie gestatten. And another point, dear friends, dear European friends, please have a strategic look in the future. What I mean, and I can only repeat what President Yushchenko just said. Russia is entering his final stage of development. Because combination of internal and external factors shows that it will not be in a position to come together, to keep this country together. First, Russia will lose this hot war, then it will lose second Cold War. You will ask me why. Because its very big economy will not withstand with the new arms race, which has just begun. And finally, dear friends, another 30 seconds. Some days ago, I have seen a short video on TikTok. It was a young girl, 6, 7 years old. She spoke English, and said literally 3 sentences. Big Russia, big problems. Small Russia, small problems. No Russia, please, no problems. Absolutely. 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 But dear friends, remarkably, this young girl was not Ukrainian. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ogrutsko, for your remarks. Due to the lack of time, I won't be asking you any follow-up questions, although I would have many. But I'd like to hand over the floor for some final remarks from our dear colleague, Theodosis Georgiou, President of the Atlantic Treaty Association. We at the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy are the Austrian partner and the Austrian chapter in this association. Thank you very much, Theo, for being with us and for giving us also your thoughts and your remarks on this discussion.
I have asked the organizer to speak from the podium because I like to emphasize the difference. These people there, the president, write or continue write history. Me, I'm not an historian, but my mission is to convey to the people the history, to convey to the people, the messages from the history. I represent the Atlantic Treaty Association. It's an association with the name Atlantic Treaty because when founded in the year 44, means 70 plus 1 year ago, put together the Atlantic Council, an association of different countries, member of NATO, and has established, because the 3 wise men of NATO has provided, the Prime Minister of Canada, Pearson, of Italy and Norway, has provided the first report to the Secretary General of NATO in this year, in the beginning of NATO, 3-4 years after NATO has established, for the non-military cooperation of NATO. And they have emphasized that NATO need to look to the citizens with through channels. The one channel is the Parliamentary Assembly, the parliaments. Through the parliaments, through the elected persons from different countries, convey the message of NATO, of the alliance, to the people. Secondly, in this time was not exist the word NGO or citizen society, but they write that they need to establish a kind of association to represent the voice of NATO. And this association must be not political. This association needs to regroup politicians of different political parties, but put the hat outside of the door, academics, professors, generals, diplomats, and young people. So this is exactly the Atlantic Treaty Association. And I'm very proud that the Austrian Institute for European Studies is our member from Austria. And not only that, work very, very hard through all the institute, but one European personality, one global personality, I can say, Werner Fasslabend, who has served your countries 10 years as Minister of Defense, as third speaker, and now he works very hard for European security, and is our Vice President, which all time I listen very, very carefully. I remember when I have seen President Dzurinda there, that in the year 2001, as Prime Minister, he invited me in a conference, the first ever conference that has been in Bratislava, after they have a little show. In this conference, all aspirant countries, they have been there with a big love, with a big enthusiasm for NATO. But years later, this enthusiasm is going down. Inetria has come. and economic problems overshadow the security issues. But in this conference, after the conference, the organizers has circulated a small leaflet. And between all personalities that write history, they put my name too. Why they put my name? Because I have stressed from this time that the voice of the people provide the legitimacy. Legitimacy that need you, the politicians, legitimacy that need the governments, legitimacy need the international organization. Without the voice of the people, all actions is not, has not the power. And exactly with the Parliamentary Assembly, we work together. In my long, let's say, history with, voluntary history with Atlantic Treaty Association, I have observed the big confrontation of West and East. I have observed the big love for the countries. I have observed inertia. And now we see, we have the war in Ukraine. People suffering, unrooted, lose their hope. And by the other hand, government discuss. Okay, they need to take actions, as all of you have stayed. We, the people, we need to explain the actions of the governments. We need to explain why we need to stay and to enhance our solidarity, why we need to stay together and pass the message to the young generations, because our generation is going out, but we need to form, to transfer the message to the young generation, because only educated people can provide legitimacy. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Werner, thank you very much for your support in the idea of being together and work all together. And we try, my last message is that we try to have and keep the bridges in transatlantic links. We need associations. We need to discuss from the one side of the Atlantic with the other side of the Atlantic. There are the Greeks, I'm Greek, invert the word house, but they invert another word, dialogue. So with dialogue, with round table, we can find the solution. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Theodosius, for your remarks and for this call for action, which I believe is also certainly something extremely important for our European responsibility. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a big round of applause to our excellent speakers. This was truly an inspiring and very insightful discussion. Thank you very much for sharing your perspectives and thoughts. I would like to hand over to our president, Dr. Werner Fasslabend, who is going to moderate the other panel discussion. I'd like the panelists already to come on stage, because we will have a smooth transition now of handing over the microphones to our new panelists and to start with the discussion right away.
On email, okay. And I will try to connect you with yeah.
Our finals, please sit down. Please take your place, because time is short, and we will use this opportunity to go into presentations of experts, of specialists about Europe, about European security, and we will ask them to give us perspectives for the future. The title of this panel is Europe's New Security Architecture. And therefore, of course, we have invited at least somebody from Germany. And this is, in this case, the director of Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, as I said already. So far, we want to listen. Usually the German government is listening to him. This time, okay.
I'm not so sure about that.
We are listening to him, okay. And of course, next to him at the other side, next to, at my side, somebody from France has to say. And I really want to say a very specific thank you for coming, because he was the last one. You know, we had the preparation of such an event. It's always so, you get an okay, I will come, and a few days later, or maybe a few weeks later, suddenly this is not possible anymore, you have to change. And this case really was one when we had the last minute changes, and the miracle was that we did get somebody who really is not only an expert on European security policy, but as I said already, is the director of studies and research à l'Institut des Hautes Études de Défense Nationale Paris, which means the institute in Paris on security policy, on Défense Nationale. And I think this combination certainly we should use also to talk a little bit about this architecture, where can it go? And we will see, you know, whether the two experts can present us a little bit. And in addition, of course, we also brought somebody from Italy, who is serving outside Italy. So far he...
Still in Europe, you know.
Federico Fabbrini. Yeah, this is European. Professor, and he will add also especially the legal side of the challenges we will have. And last but not least, as I said, Barbara Maronkova. She is living very close to me. You know, it would be easier if we would meet in our homes, because she comes from Bratislava. But she has been nominated the head of the NATO liaison office. And because liaison office between NATO and OSCE, you know that Vienna is the seat of OSCE, and therefore this will be of specific interest. Nobody knows already what will be the future of OSCE, how will it develop. Probably, or maybe also the end of the war in Ukraine could influence this question. We will see. Okay, this is the team, and I start with the biggest one, I mean, from the population, and this is Germany. I wanted to ask Stefan Mayer. As I mentioned already, he's not only a specialist for European security policy, he has worked long time also in Africa. He knows a little bit about also the regions around Europe. And please, Professor, if you start.
Not professor, but thank you very much for having me. And I start with really telling you, and I think that's not too new to you, that German considerations of European security architecture always centered on Russia. Right after the Second World War, it was the fear of Russian expansionism which convinced the German Western government then to join NATO, to push for European integration and not to accept the offer by Stalin to have a neutral, unified Germany in the center of Europe. This policy of deterrence and containment we had then was in the 70s supplemented by the so-called Ostpolitik, the Eastern policy, which was in a sense always a Russia-first policy. That was not really an Eastern policy, I would say. So the hope was to transform Russia to a certain degree, to reduce tensions and to get there. Then we had in the 90s the end of the Cold War, which were by several people seen, well, many Germans, I think most Germans, also of the end of history. We thought this is now the great convergence. We will slowly, gradually incorporate Russia in the Western world. By change through trade, we will transform the Russian society and Russia will become more democratic, more liberal. And I still remember the word of our then Chancellor Schröder, who called Putin a pure Democrat at that time. So it took us a while to realize that the reality is different. I think the first irritant certainly was the so-called Munich speech of Putin at the Munich Security Conference in 2007, in which he hardly pushed back any offer to be part of the Western world. Then came the invasion in Georgia, 2008, some other military interventions, you referred to it, in other parts of the world. And 2014, annexation of Crimea, the partial occupation of Ukraine. This was the first wake-up call we didn't listen to, because we, of course, imposed fairly mild sanctions, but we continued to build Nord Stream 2, and we still thought that it would be possible to do deals with Putin and to convince him to be a positive player in Europe, so to speak. Second wake-up call we didn't listen to was in 2016, the election of Donald Trump in the United States. We thought it was a one-time aberration that he got elected. So your President Macron at that time, 2019, called NATO brain dead, but we didn't draw any conclusions out of that. We didn't prepare ourselves what it would mean a European security architecture with less engagement or even withdrawal of the United States from Europe. So last wake-up call we listened to, I would claim, was then February 2022. Chancellor Scholz made then his Zeitenwende speech, which was a quite remarkable speech. We were a bit slow and reluctant to implement it, but I think we have also see what we have covered in between. President Yushchenko referred to the 5,000 helmets we offered at the beginning. We are now delivering Leopards 2 and Patriots. We agreed at that time to create a special fund for defense spending of 100 billion euro for 5 years. We now committed ourselves to 5% of GDP defense spending, which are 233 billion euro a year. So that's really quite a distance we covered. I think the challenge we have still is that we still know that we are not in a position to defend ourselves against Russian aggression. President Yushchenko referred to the 400 tanks left in Germany. It will take a while to increase their number until we will really be in a position to defend ourselves. And that means for Germany that it's essential to keep the Americans in as long as we are not in this position. And it will take at least 5, perhaps even 10 years to get into this position. And so the German ideas about European security architecture are quite status quo oriented. That means keeping NATO alive, keeping the commitment or getting the commitment of all NATO members, including the United States, to Article 5, and then make the investment to be perhaps in a different position in 5 or 10 years. From a German point of view, the strong focus is on NATO. And the European Union, from a German view, plays more or less a supplementary role by creating, as we already referred to this morning, the defense industrial base, by mobilizing funds via Rearm Europe, by the Partnership for Peace program. So it's a more or less a supplementary place. The question is what will be beyond that? And I think we have three challenges we think about and we have to discuss. The first is, of course, what happens if finally the United States withdraw from Europe or reduce their engagement to a minimum, so to speak. What is left then? And I think from my point of view, the best choice is still then to use the European pillar of NATO, that means the European members of NATO, to form something new. Because to defend Europe, we definitely need the UK. We probably also need perhaps Turkey. And we have to use this pillar to do that. The second challenge we, of course, have is if the Americans withdraw, what we do with regard to Ukraine. Will we be able to maintain a level of military assistance to Ukraine which will enable Ukraine to defend itself? This will be really a major challenge, and beyond that, we of course have to be also more precise what the security guarantees might mean to Ukraine. I'm convinced, as many of my colleagues, that the ultimate only valid security guarantee to Ukraine is NATO membership, to be sure about that. I don't see there are any arrangements which really are as concrete as this one. But we all know that there is no consensus. Even the German government has some difficulties to accept this membership for the time being. This third challenge, and I will end there, is about the scope of a European security architecture. We are very much focused, rightfully, on Russia and Ukraine. But we know that, for example, our South European neighbors are quite unhappy about this focus because they are more concerned about the Mediterranean, about the Middle East. I think we have also discussed, is there a role for Europe in the Arctic region, in the Black Sea, in the Caucasus? What role for Europe internationally? And you referred to it. Do we have a role in safeguarding trade routes, engage in other parts of the world? And, of course, scope of the European security architecture also means what about the neutral countries in Europe? Austria, Ireland, Switzerland as well, Malta, and a few others. What role might they play in a future European security architecture? I think we can deepen this in a discussion, but thank you for the time being.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for your clear words, and I think this is something we have to accept at the beginning. At the moment, certainly, Europe will not be able to defend itself against the Russian aggression, because it only has split organization, not the necessary armament, not the necessary deterrence, namely the nuclear component, but also not enough of manpower in order really to do so. Okay, but not only this is the question, we also saw, you know, that maybe sometimes at least political aggression also can come from the West, even against a partner from your own organization. When somebody mentioned that it could be possible to overtake Greenland from a European country, you know, even with military force. So far, of course, there is and will be a need for autonomy, or whatever you call it, in the future. I think everybody will agree that this will not be possible at least in the next, let me say, 10 years. 5 years is very optimist, I would say, but let's hope so. And insofar, because of course, one of the big pillars of European defense always had been France, even if sometimes France had a very specific position within the European context. And insofar we are looking forward, what is the French position and how do you see the future perspective?
Thanks for having me. Well, it's always difficult to be like the Frenchman in the house, because it's I have the impression that, well, it's not worse as being Russian, but sometimes, you know, you have the impression of being like the pain in the neck. So I'll try to first some kind of, let me actually dovetail on a couple of things that you just mentioned. Let me actually start with a kind of blunt assessment. The current security architecture in Europe is literally like a dead horse in the water. It's gone, and it's not going to be back if just by thinking that the good old past can be basically used as the example. So we have to start and do something, if not new, at least that satisfies both the member states and the partners. And for this, let me offer actually not just the French perspective, but also something that, of course, has been said by most of the current speakers, but the reasons why we cannot go to a security architecture as per good old times is basically of three predicaments. The first thing, because it's like the gigantic elephant in the room, it's Trump, and not just Trump, it's Trump 2 as an opposition to Trump 1. And we are, like all of Europeans are guilty of not having done their homework between 2020 and 2024. And Biden administration, let's be honest, has been in many ways as worse as the first Trump administration. But we did not listen. We have been thinking that because it was a Democrat administration, they were more keen to understand what the Europeans do and think. That is not the truth, because we've been not just willing to step up. That's the first thing. So the current status of our transatlantic relations is not going to get better in any ways. It's just getting worse. We have to actually take this as a first step. The second thing is, again, the fact that European defense will change in light of what happens in Ukraine. It has been said by President Yushchenko. I couldn't agree more, but we have also to take the useful lessons, and not all lessons from the Ukraine war are useful to Europeans. Because for the moment, as you currently say, there is no NATO pillar and no NATO membership for Ukraine. It's a pity, and that's why these guarantee security have to be explored. And third, a thing also that matters to Europeans, that's the current state of our common values. A new security architecture can only be sustainable if we agree on what are our current values. And the problem is, even in this sense, we saw the wave of disinformation, we see the rise of extremist movements, we see how our democracies are also crippled by various external movements, so it's kind of difficult. So when you say, when you take this as a beginning, let me offer three possible ways on which I use as a statement what the newly published French Strategic Review assesses. This paper, which is analogic to any white paper, has been published in July 25, and it offers literally three perspectives. The first one is we have to start by not just security, but security and defense. That is a core defense and security pillar focused on increasing our military capabilities and alliances. It means under these core pillar, three things. For France, we maintain, but we might also enlarge our nuclear deterrent, and I'll be more than happy to discuss this by having, we actually acknowledge that how nuclear force can make an essential contribution to the security of European partners and Atlantic Alliance. Second, we need to actually be more responsible in terms of military capabilities, military capacities. France has done a lot of homework. France has a lot of military experience. We've been developing combat-proven materials for the past 30 years. And the third point in this core pillar is we need to be at the same moment reliable NATO allies and simultaneously insist on building what you were, Stefan, calling, that is, a European pillar within the alliance. So, in a nutshell, this strategic autonomy does not say we will not be doing without the Americans. It is just being able that the time coming, or if the Americans are leaving, we will be able to act as Europeans. The second point, and I mean it's also quite important, this security pillar or this security architecture has also to take stock of the strengths of our European industrial base. So we need to invest more, and invest in technology. These EDTIB, this Autonomous European Defense Technological and Industrial Base, has to be favored because it is the only thing that ensures long-term sovereignty. And that's a key point, sovereignty. For us, in France, it means two things. We have to be ready for what we call wartime economy. It's not just planning for an economy in time of war, but it's just giving the economy the opportunity to shift the time coming, or the opportunity permitting, from a time of peace to a time of crisis and then a time of war. So we need to prepare, all of us, to how we shift from an economy in the time of peace to an economy in a time of war. So how we reorganize our strategic supply chains, and which partners we do favorize. And let me actually offer a guess here. We have been, for a long period of time, prisoner of this over-dependence to Russia. Now we are shifting to the same kind of dependence because of warehouse, for instance, with China. So we shift from carrot to Scylla, so to say. And if we want to strengthen our industrial bases, it means that we have to do more as Europeans all together. Cooperation, funding, and Europeans have been basically doing a lot. The Commission has also to be saluted for the good work she's been doing for economy of scales, for the new EU financial tools, but we can discuss this later. Finally, and that's the third point, which is also critical to this security architecture, we have, and President Macron has offered, new political tools, something that is not the EU, not the OSCE, not NATO, that is a kind of new political and diplomatic architecture through the EPC, so the European Political Community. This tool is quite interesting because it responds to one of our strategic objectives, that is defend Europe and contribute to the stability of European Union's neighborhood. And by this, we encourage EU integration of Moldova, of Ukraine, of also Georgia, to better anchor these nations in the Western Hemisphere. And this European political community is a key forum that I'd be more than pleased to discuss with you, because it provides a crucial non-EU, non-NATO political dialogue platform, and it also calls other stakeholders like the UK, like Turkey, and also candidates to basically provide for European transformation and this new security architecture. In a nutshell, and with this I conclude, to be fully efficient, this future economic security architecture has to balance between, on the one side, military preparedness, because we have to be, as the Italian or the Latin would say, be prepared for war if you want peace. And this military preparedness is our key element to deterrence, but at the same moment, never close the door, and we need a political architecture for this stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your concise presentation of a complex system, but also your clear view on the perspectives, what has to be done, where do we stand. Thank you very much. And I think I just go on and would like to listen to an Italian position maybe, or a common European position, because it's an Italian position from Ireland, Southern and Western Europe. Please.
Thank you very much, Werner, for giving me the floor, and first and foremost for inviting me. Thanks to you and the IS for this kind of invitation. I will certainly disappoint you because I'm not going to make an Italian position to the panel, but I do hope to make a European position and to suggest some ideas, at least from an academic perspective. So for the purpose of this panel, I was going to limit myself to making 3 points, really. The first is about the challenges and the problems. The second is about the developments that we had so far. And the third about some bolder, creative, alternative proposals to move forward. So on point number one, I can be very, very brief because I basically agree with what Stefan and Guillaume have said. I think we are facing an unprecedented situation for Europe. Russia is a threat, but let's be honest, America is no longer there as a reliable partner. I could go on and on. I could explain that Article 5 of the NATO treaty is, from a legal point of view, actually pretty wishy-washy. It's only credible because the Americans put the bones behind it, and that's no longer true. To make the long story short, the changes in the U.S. are not contingent; they're structural. And so I think what Stefan and Guillaume have said, I fully agree on it. So let me come to the second point, which is about the developments in the EU. And here, I'm the only academic in the panel, so I can give a short answer also to the second point, because I did write a book, which I'm going to showcase to the audience. It's entitled The EU Constitution in Time of War, Legal Responses to Russia's Aggression Against Ukraine. I published it in February of this year for the 3rd anniversary of the war with Oxford University Press. I'm taking the freedom to raise it because I know there are many students from the Academy in the audience as well. Now, without further promoting the work, but I think it's fair to acknowledge that the EU has done a lot in the last 3 years. In fact, in many ways, common foreign and security policy has advanced more in the last 3 years than it did in the previous 30 years. We have a new strategic compass, we have a new defense industrial policy, the Union has rolled out a military assistance mission in Ukraine, the largest ever in CSDP. The Union, of course, triggered for the first time the Temporary Protection Directive to support refugees. We have basically raised 100 billion euros of common debt to finance Ukraine, phased out of Russian fossil fuels, and of course restarted enlargement. Those are all positive developments that have occurred in the EU up until this point. But at the same time, it's clear also the European Union faces structural constraints on its ability to raise up to the challenge in foreign affairs. And these constraints are constitutional because they come from our treaties. They come from the design structure of our union. And they are well known. We kind of addressed them already before. One of it has to do with our decision-making process. By design, foreign affairs, like fiscal policy, relies on unanimity. And you can talk about it a lot, but in fact the passerelle clause cannot be used for defense matters, and the structural incentives to get rid of unanimities don't exist. So we are paralyzed by that. On top of this, we know it, the EU has very limited fiscal capacity. Of course, during COVID, we built up a major recovery fund to support the recovery after the pandemic. But every time we want to raise up the resources to help partners like Ukraine, we require unanimity, and we need to maintain a balanced budget because the treaty compels that. And of course, that creates veto point that can be exploited for different purposes, as Viktor Orban has been very good at doing over the last few years. And then, last but not least, we also don't have military capabilities at the union level. The treaties allow member states to make their capabilities available to the union, but there is no way for the union itself to develop its capabilities. Now, those constraints can't be changed without constitutional reforms. That's the bottom line. And I'm sorry I bring this up because it's not a good news. If you want to reform these types of norms that govern the functioning of the European Union, you would need all 27 member states on board. And so with that, I come to the third part of my presentation, where, Werner, you even called me to say something positive and put forward some ideas for moving ahead. And indeed, that's the reason, I guess, why you invited me. Over the last few months, I've been working on a new project which actually suggests that to move forward, we really need to look backward, because we tend to forget that actually the very first years of the European integration project were dealt with the issue of war and peace. We normally tend to tell the stories of European integration starting with the treaties of Rome. And yes, I might be proud as an Italian that established the European Economic Community. But the truth is, European integration really began with the treaties of Paris on the European Coal and Steel Community, defense production, and another treaty signed in Paris in 1952, which created the European Defense Community. That was the early days of the Cold War. There was a major fear that the Soviets would invade Western Germany and all of the western part of the continent. Korea was already at war, and the United States were busy in Asia. And so the 6 founding states of Europe, the same states that the year before had concluded the Coal and Steel Community, Germany, France, Italy, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, concluded a treaty that created a common European army, funded by a common budget, governed by common institutions, integrated into NATO as the European pillar of NATO, with a bridge to the United Kingdom, with a mutual defense pact with the British, and of course open to the accession of other member states. Now, talking about the European defense community today, I mean, when I do it in public, people look at me as if I'm a crazy guy saying something, fantascience or something. But it was not science fiction. Actually, it was real. A treaty was concluded, and what's even more extraordinary, actually, 4 states out of 6 ratified that treaty between 1953 and 1954. In Germany, through a constitutional reform even. The Adenauer government put all its political stakes on that process. Now, we also know that in the summer of 1954, the French Parliamentary Assembly, it was the time of the Fourth Republic, they didn't reject the treaty, technically. They simply voted to postpone ratification. And then the rest is history. The rest is history because 6 months later, the United States said, okay, you guys can fix it on your own. Let's bring West Germany into NATO. And the year afterwards, with the Treaty of Rome, European integration took a different path, the path of economic integration, with the aim of achieving an ever closer union still on the books. Now, we are at that moment in time where I think, to some extent, we have to go back exactly where we started. And the similarities and the analogies between what we have now and what we had in the 1950s are staggering. Just as in the 1950s, Russia is a threat, just like in the 1950s, the US commitment to Europe cannot be taken for granted. So just like in the 1950s, it's Europe that has to do it by itself. But the way how you do it, the institutional design, the financial resources, the legitimacy of decisions on important issues like war and peace, life and death, are very crucial. And that's why at my institute in Dublin, we launched a project that it's called Alcide, where we are making the case that, in fact, the EDC treaty can be revived. From a legal point of view, it would be feasible for the two states that didn't ratify in the 50s to do it now. Interestingly, legislation has been put forward in Italy, one of the two countries that didn't do it, to consider ratification of the EDC treaty today. Of course, for France, there are special considerations and challenges of which we are fully aware. But I go back to a point that was made in the previous panel. We are at a time in history where we need to make the impossible possible. And, I think of moments in the history of European integration where many would have thought it's impossible to have a common currency, to give up the shilling, the lira, the franc, and the Deutschmark. We made it possible. It's impossible to abolish border controls and have a free movement zone. We made it possible. Why can it not be possible to make a European army for defensive purposes integrated into NATO? Let's make it real. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, not only for your presentation, but also for the inner engagement that was visible for everybody. And as a matter of fact, we have to be aware that European Union or Europe is the only potential player on the globe that does not have any structure for a common foreign security or defense policy. Or only just a little bit. Just to the contrary, what everybody else has. If you look to the Americans, the American president only has limited competencies, but he has full competencies in security policy, in defense policy, where he even is stronger than the whole Congress. Okay, the same or a similar situation in China. Xi Jinping is at the same time also the same way as his predecessors, also the boss of the military commission. The military commission in China is the most important and most powerful instrument for every party leader in China. If you look to India, it's a similar situation. I mean, the Indian Prime Minister has limited competencies, but he has quite a few competencies in foreign politics and also on the military sector. And even if I look back, to Austria's history, you have to say, Austria-Hungary was more or less constructed as a federal monarchy, at least two sides and also regional competencies and so on. But there only were three common competencies. Three: foreign policy, military, and finances. And this is just what we lack in Europe. And insofar, the question of whether Europe will and can become a global actor will depend immediately at this question of shaping a common foreign security defense policy. Not only the policy, but also to have the instruments, of course. Okay, but before we go in a further discussion, I would like to ask Barbara. She can give us an insight of NATO, and at the same time, maybe also this certainly is quite an interesting constellation now, the relation office with OSCE. How do you see this European structure at the moment, or maybe also in the future?
Thank you very much. It's always a challenge to be a last speaker of the last panel. After everything that has been said, and I think I can just close it down and say I agree with everything that was said on my panel.
Also the EDC treaty, wow.
I think the EDC treaty is a great idea, and I think we can go for lunch. No, so maybe just a few words. And if, Guillaume, you feel a bit, sometimes being a Frenchman, being a pain in the neck, imagine being a NATO liaison officer in Vienna, not only to Austria but to OEC, but we can discuss that as well. So I'm up for the challenge. I am new in town. I came to Vienna only 1st of October, so bear with me, but I've been with NATO for 19 years, so hopefully I have something to say on behalf of my organization. And I think what is really clear, at least to me, but thanks to my panelists, I see it's also more widely perceived, that we cannot talk about European security without talking about one of the key players in maintaining peace and stability in Europe, and that's NATO, even when we are in neutral Austria. So when it comes to NATO, we can also not forget, when we talk about European security and looking at different constructs, whether within the European Union or EPC or any other construct, excuse me, the NATO actually is 32 countries. Sometimes we tend to forget that. So we have the United States that everybody's talking about, yeah, fine, but we have 31 other countries, out of which majority are the EU member states. But we also have some very important countries, and Stefan mentioned some of them already, which are extremely important to European security, both in terms of capabilities that they can bring, but also geographically. And if we imagine a map in front of our eyes, I'm talking about UK, of course, but Norway. We have Turkey at NATO, Saudis. But we also have our members from the Balkans, Albania, Montenegro, Republic of North Macedonia. And then let's not forget Canada. The poor Canadians are always somehow forgotten in these discussions. But Canada is also very important. So we have a setup both in terms of membership at NATO, but also what we are good at, and I hope we are still good at it 76 years later, is what? It's the hardcore military. It's the standard setting, it's the interoperability. I would argue there is no other organization in the world that actually has that level of interoperability, that even other countries around the world are coming to us to seek how to do the interoperability. And then there is obviously the command structures that we have built over 76 years. So again, very important part of the European security, but of course we are living in very interesting times. And we heard a lot of keywords this morning that I would argue that even maybe 5 years ago, you would only hear them within, talking with the NATO nerds, or, people really in the, military defense area. Defense spending, the defense capabilities, even words like deterrence and defense or nuclear deterrence. But we've heard them this morning, and we've heard them in the EU context being mentioned by the previous speakers. So to me, this is also a great change that I would say, to use the German word, Zeitenwende, not just for Germany, but for Europe, to be talking within the European Union circles about this issues and terminology, which before was really reserved only for NATO. And I think it's a good thing, and this was already mentioned. Why is it a good thing? Because we need a strong European component of NATO. US made it clear, but I think also most, if not all, our leaders have also realized this. They have taken it on very seriously, and Europe has taken on much greater responsibility for its security, but it should be complementary and not duplication of efforts. Because let's go back to 2-3 months ago. Well, it's already November. Okay, let's go back to early July. To the NATO summit in The Hague, where the 32 member states agreed to unprecedented 5% of defense spending. So 3.5% for the hardcore military hardware, but the 1.5% for the more softer security-related costs like protection of civilian infrastructure, facilitation of military mobility, resilience, etc., etc. But this 5% that comes from your money. It comes from the member states. So it's one part that the same country, which is member of NATO and a member of the EU, has to pay. So it's the same pot of money. So we need to work together with our European Union colleagues to make, not to go it to waste, to do implementation, as Arnold mentioned this morning, and to make it fast. So to make the defense industrial production faster, leaner, to change the very burdensome, long procurement processes that every single member state has, particularly in the defense, and to really outpace, if we can, very quickly, the production capacities of the Russian Federation. And we can do this only together by working together. So while the NATO might have all the processes and defense plans and command structures and all that belongs to military planning, the EU has the amazing capacity to mobilize the internal market, the companies, the industrial production. It has legislative power, it has other powers, it has the financial powers. So we have to work together, and we do work very closely with the European Union. Both on the political level, it became a completely most normal practice that no one even raises an eyebrow, that at every single summit of NATO, every single ministerial meeting we have the representatives of the European Union, whether it's the Council President, whether it's the President of the Commission and the High Representative. And vice versa, our Secretary Generals attend all the EU high-level meetings, go to the hearings to the Parliament, and also going then one level lower. For example, we have regular briefings to the North Atlantic Council by the EU Commissioner for Defense and Space. The last time he visited us was this week on Monday, where the Commissioner Kubilius came to present the EU Defense Readiness Roadmap 2030 in front of the member states of NATO, and there was obviously a lot of discussion, sharing of information, views, etc., etc. But we also work closely with our EU colleagues also on the tactical level. We have a lot of common area projects that we consult, whether it's military mobility, critical infrastructure, resilience, cyberspace, and of course coordination in support of Ukraine, which remains the key issue just as for us, so it is for the EU. So I think when we talk about NATO collaborating with the other international organizations and partners, obviously the EU is on the top of the list. Sorry. But thank you. Very last point, maybe also not to forget other international organizations, and that's why I'm here in Vienna, is we have others as well. And NATO has since 2010 the strategic concept, which is our key document, not to be confused with strategic compass. I know it's very confusing. We, I think, chose the names deliberately, though, that we confuse everyone. And we even did write them in the same time. But there's also a lot of complementarity actually between these two strategic documents between EU and NATO, because the drafting teams that I had the pleasure to serve from NATO's perspective, we really had a lot of consultations with our colleagues at the EU. But one of the key pillars of NATO's, let's say, core task is cooperative security since 2010. And one of those pillars within the cooperative security is to work and collaborate with other international organizations. So we have a small NATO liaisons both in New York and in Geneva for the United Nations colleagues, and we have one here in Vienna for the OSCE primarily, but also for other international organizations here in this city. When it comes to the OSCE, obviously we have worked very closely with the OSCE pretty much for the last 30 years. And one of the main reasons why we started collaborating with the OSCE, first and foremost, was on arms control and risk reduction. That was the main idea behind why we felt we need to talk. And it remains one of the key pillars of our engagement with the OSCE today. And obviously what is also interesting for us particularly is that the OSCE is one of the very few platforms where one of the participating states is still the Russian Federation. And that for us as an organization which currently has no contact with the Russian Federation is an interesting avenue. So I'm going to leave it at that. I've been here only for a month. Next year, maybe I can tell you more on what I do here.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at my watch and I have to realize that time is running out.
For Europe.
Not only in this event, obviously, and therefore I have a last question to our German and French speakers. We have talked now about the security architecture, and my impression is that there's not very much difference from the German and the French position, from an overall European position, from the NATO position. I mean, I think we can find a common position. But can we also find common projects? Do you think that Germany and France will be able to produce a common fighter for the future, or a new tank or drone system? If you try to give us an answer, please, this would be interesting.
Without actually going into depths about the issues, let's put it this way, and it's kind of an understatement between France and Germany on building what we call the MGCS, so the main ground combat system, which is or should be the successor of both the Leclerc main battle tank and Leopard, and at the same moment the FCAS, so the Future Combat Air System. I will not dwell into the intricacies and the industrial misunderstanding, and basically I would only actually underline two things. First, there are at least a political will to do things together. And it's true that if the two big stakeholders and the two big states in Europe, so mainly Germany and France, are not able to get along on one key industrial and military product, it is not sending a good signal to any of the others. So that's the political statement is kind of key. Then the problem is sometimes we start with a very benevolent attitude at the political level and not enough consultation at the industrial level, which of course says a lot about the non-understanding of the industrial settlement and organization, how it works in Germany, how it works in France. So that's basically the main issue. The second thing is, and I will only focus on this, we cannot, there is not a position, or the failure is not an option. Because if we fail on these industrial and military projects, it means also that all the political will, all the political discussions, and all the this kind of areas and consortia where we are discussing about Europe, European partnership and extra, it's just void. It's just basically paying lip service. So therefore, there must be some kind of success. How will it look like at the end of the day? I have absolutely actually no clue. Yet, I believe we have to actually, on both sides of the Rhine, do more efforts, and sometimes I will only focus on one thing that was said last week by Guillaume Faury, who is the head of Airbus, saying on a public statement that, yes, Airbus is at the same moment a German and French industry and French manufacturer, and he said that to his colleague, I wouldn't say friend, Eric Trappier from Dassault. So sometimes what should be a European and Franco-German issue ends up into a very French internal discussion.
Okay. So let's look at the German.
I could make it easy for me and confirm that's in a French discussion, but this is certainly not the reality. It's only part of the reality. And I'm still quite confident that the moment the head of the French state gets engaged and the head of the German government gets engaged, we will find a solution for that. I'm quite sure on this. But let me make one point, because I'm not so sure. This project is certainly important, but we always look at these big projects. And we learned in the war of Russia against Ukraine that other technologies play a by far more important role in warfare than these big projects. And what makes me confident is that we have now, I guess in France as well, in Germany, many new military startups which produce quite interesting technology. And what is also has changed compared to 5 years ago, before I rejoined SWP, in the Federation of German Industries responsible for the security sector. And I was always confronted with, for many companies, to say, we do everything, but we don't do defense. No defense. And this has completely changed. Our machinery and equipment sector, which is highly innovative and very good, they really refocus on defense. And so we might be, in a few years, by far in a better position with regard to our defense industrial base that we are right now.
Yeah, then thank you very much. As I said, I was looking at my watch, and I guess I cannot fulfill one promise I gave in the morning. The promise was that we will have a discussion, also public discussion, but the quality of the speakers and the unique opportunity to have them and to present their ideas and their views was so important that, okay, this time we will not discuss anymore. We will go to lunch. But before that, let me thank you. As I said, you know, Guillaume was coming this morning and will leave in the evening. He really came to this event, and I want to thank him.
So, my carbon, well.
Okay.
It's catastrophic.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. Thank you so much also everybody of this panel and all the speakers of the day. I think it was a great day, and I really want not only to thank you, but I'm sure that we will meet again, because, and this is also the word where I want to finish and to close. What you said at the end, failure is not an option. And we have to be aware that we must not fail. This is the real truth. If I look, you know, at the positive, I think diversity is so strong in Europe that we will have many challenges to overcome it. But the negative perspective that we cannot, that we must not fail, that we have to do everything, probably will be the realistic option we do have in the future. And in this we also can say, you know, it's not really positive that we need a war for further development. But it is the truth. And not only for countries of the European Union, as you could see, I mean, UK does play an important role also in European defense, no question. And in the strategic sense, of course, it's also Norway, and it will be others. Very important. And insofar, let's take this opportunity in order to reorganize ourselves, also to bring us ourselves a new motivation and work very, very hard. This will be a need. Work very hard, not to forget the principles we had in the morning. Economy probably is the most important factor for European power and influence, not only for European citizens, but overall for Europe's position. It is the basis for military strength, and this means for our security, and therefore we also should concentrate especially in this perspective. Thank you so much. It was great to have you here. It was a great day. Thank you.